Good morning. The conference will start in a few short minutes. We will be joined today by His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Haakon. So I would ask you all to rise while the Crown Prince and his party take their seats. Thank you. You may all be seated.
Civilians are being killed. Civilians are starving. Civilians are the ones who are paying the price of this war.
We say good journalist is a live journalist because we work at home and war in our home, it's really hard.
You know, when people can't feel safe in the area that they regard as their home, even if it's the 12th place that they've had as a home, what sort of world is that?
صاحب السمو الملكي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، أصدقاء السلام من مختلف أنحاء العالم، يشرفني أن أفتتح هذا المؤتمر بحضوركم الكريم في لحظة يواجه فيها عالمنا أسئلة صعبة حول السلام ومعناه ومسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاهه. وجودكم هنا اليوم هو تعبير عن التزام مشترك بأن السلام أكثر من مجرد كلمة في مؤتمرات، بل التزام أخلاقي يتطلب شجاعة في الموقف ووضوحاً في الانحياز للإنسان. قبل 7 سنوات وقفت على سيارة في إحدى شوارع الخرطوم مرتدية ثوباً أبيضاً أهتف مع الآلاف من أبناء وبنات بلادي. في تلك اللحظة لم أكن أفكر في الرمزية ولا في الألقاب، كنت فقط شابة سودانية تحلم بوطن يستحق الحياة. ذلك المشهد منحني لقب كنداكا، لكن الحقيقة أن السودان كان ولا يزال مليئاً بالكنداكات، بنساء وقفنا وصمدنا وحلمنا ودفعنا ثمناً باهظاً. اليوم بعد 7 سنوات أقف أمامكم، والسودان لا يعيش أزمة سياسية فقط، بل كارثة إنسانية مكتملة الأركان. ما يحدث في السودان ليس حرباً أهلية وليس صراعاً بين مكونات المجتمع. ما يحدث هو حرب مدعومة من الخارج، حرب تغذى بالمال وبالسلاح وبالدعم اللوجستي وبالإمدادات الغذائية والطبية، مما أطال من أمد الحرب وحول حياة الملايين من المدنيين إلى جحيم مفتوح. قوات الدعم السريع تلقت هذا الدعم بطرق متعددة واستخدمته لارتكاب فظائع لا يمكن وصفها إلا بأنها جرائم حرب وجرائم ضد الإنسانية. في الفاشر، في بارا، وفي مدن وقرى قد لا تصل أخبارها إلى عناوين الصحف العالمية، شهدنا قتلاً وحشياً بأبشع الطرق، مجازر جماعية، تجويعاً متعمداً، وإبادة مجتمعات كاملة، واعتداءات وانتهاكات ممنهجة، واغتصابات واسعة النطاق استهدفت النساء والأطفال كسلاح لكسر المجتمع. هذه ليست أضراراً جانبية للحرب، هذه استراتيجية رعب. وهذه الحرب لا تستهدف الإنسان السوداني فقط، بل تستهدف أرضه، ثرواته ومستقبله. في حديث سابق قلت أن حلمي هو أن أعود إلى السودان حاملة شهادة جامعية وأساهم في بناء بلدي. اليوم ذلك الحلم لم يمت، ولكنه أصبح أثقل. أنا الآن أم لطفلة صغيرة، وحين أفكر في العودة لا أفكر في وطني، بل أفكر في الأمان، في المدرسة، في المستقبل. وأطرح السؤال الذي تطرحه الآلاف الأمهات السودانيات: هل هذا وطن يمكن أن نربي فيه أبنائنا بكرامة وأمان؟ ورغم كل هذا أنا لا أؤمن بأن السودان بلد ميؤوس منه، لكنني أؤمن أن السلام لا يمكن أن يبنى بالإنكار. الخطوة الأولى نحو السلام هي الاعتراف بالحقيقة، والحقيقة هي لا سلام بدون محاسبة، ولا سلام مع من ارتكب هذه الجرائم، ولا سلام مع ميليشيا يسمح لها بالإفلات من العدالة باسم السياسة أو الخوف من الفراغ. إذا كان العالم جاداً في الحديث عن السلام، فعليه أن يكون جاداً في تسمية الأمور بأسمائها. الاعتراف بقوات الدعم السريع كمنظمة إرهابية ومحاسبة قياداتها وتحويل كل من ارتكب الجرائم إلى المحكمة الجنائية الدولية ليس عملاً انتقامياً، إنه خطوة أولى وضرورية في صناعة السلام. الحياد في مواجهة هذه الفظائع ليس دبلوماسية، إنه تواطؤ بالصمت، ولا تنمية مع أمراء الحرب، ولا استقرار مع الإفلات من العقاب، ولا مستقبل يبنى على جماجم الآلاف من المدنيين في السودان. السودان اليوم ليس مجرد أزمة إنسانية ولا مأساة بعيدة عن هذا العالم. السودان اختبار أخلاقي، اختبار لما إذا كان المجتمع الدولي لا يزال يؤمن بأن حياة المدنيين لها قيمة، وبأن السلام أكثر من مجرد كلمة في مؤتمرات. إذا سمح لما يحدث في السودان أن يستمر في الظل، إذا استمر الصمت واستمر الإفلات من العقاب واستمر التعامل مع الجناة كشركاء محتملين في الاستقرار، فإن سؤال هذا المؤتمر بيس أوت لن يكون سؤالاً نظرياً، بل واقعاً عالمياً نعيشه جميعنا. أنا لا أقف هنا لأطلب تعاطفاً، بل لأطلب شجاعة، شجاعة الانحياز للشعوب لا للبنادق، للعدالة لا للصمت، للمستقبل لا للخوف. السلام لا يمنح، السلام لا يؤجل، السلام يحمى. وأنا كامرأة سودانية وكأم وكإنسانة ما زلت أؤمن أن السودان يستحق هذا السلام. لكن الإيمان وحده لا يكفي، والسؤال الحقيقي ليس هل السلام ممكن، بل هل نحن مستعدون لدفع ثمن العدالة من أجل حمايته؟ شكراً لكم.
Alaa Salah, if you haven't figured it out, is a prominent Sudanese human rights activist. She is also known as the icon of the Sudanese revolution, the Kandaka of April 2019. She has spoken out for Sudanese civil society before the United Nations Security Council. She has been shortlisted for a Nobel Peace Prize. She has founded her own organization, which defends the rights of women and young people, both in Sudan and globally. And she is now a recent graduate from architectural school. We are deeply grateful that Alaa was able to be with us here today. Thank you, Alaa. Your Royal Highness, Minister, Excellencies, Director General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for joining us here today. It is a real pleasure to have you all here, both here in Oslo, in the room, and also through your screens out there. My name is Mark Taylor. I'm a senior advisor in the Nansen Support Program for Ukraine. That's the department in Norad that handles the civilian assistance to Ukraine. And it is my real privilege to be your host for today, as we consider the implications of peace, war, and international development assistance. So welcome to the Norad Conference 2026. Alaa has spoken to us today of courage, of security, of dignity, justice, accountability, and truth. These are not just words. In Sudan today, as in Ukraine, in Palestine, these words are the stuff, the meanings of these words are the stuff of everyday life. As a young man, I lived in Palestine for several years. first coordinating legal aid for Palestinian political prisoners, and then later in Gaza, monitoring human rights in the context of Israeli counterinsurgency. More recently, before I joined Norad, I worked with Ukrainian and Syrian civil society investigators to document war crimes by Russia in Syria and by the Assad regime, and by Russia in Syria and Ukraine, and by the Assad regime in Syria. This experience taught me that conflict can take us to some very dark places, some very difficult places, but it also taught me that the source of hope I found in those places can be summed up in one word, and that is resistance. The refusal of the people most affected by conflict and war to accept that violence, occupation, state repression is an acceptable state of affairs. Resistance can be found every day in the war zone. It comes from people who on a daily basis manage to maintain their dignity even as they navigate the checkpoints, the aid distribution points, the denial of their self-determination, loss of loved ones, to violence, imprisonment, flight. Resistance can also be found in the solidarity that mobilizes people to save lives, to distribute aid, to teach, to report from the front lines, to document the actions of the perpetrators. Resistance, in other words, as a refusal to accept that war is the end of the story. Now, it's impossible to do justice to the human suffering in war and conflict, especially in a conference like this, but it is also impossible to have an honest discussion about peace, conflict, and development assistance without grappling with the nature of war. So to take Allah at her word, what does courage look like when your home is bombed, your city or town razed to the ground? How to survive when you're attacked, starved, your healthcare system targeted, your land stolen? Where is accountability? Where is justice? And if anything, what can we do about it? Today, you will hear as many questions as you will answers. And this, of course, will be by no means the last word. But we do promise an attempt to grapple with the policy implications of war for development assistance. What are the implications of declining aid budgets in a time of rising violence in the international system? What does it mean to prevent conflict when those with the most power in the international system are increasingly the main source of violence in the international system? What does it mean to build peace when reconstruction is specifically intended to deny your return, to displace you? Or when international responses are designed for profit and to profit the perpetrators, and not for reconciliation or for reparations? And one more thing before I stop. I was born in Canada, born and raised in Canada. I've lived in Norway now for 20 years, and it has become my home. Both those countries have a long history of working with international development assistance, and both those countries have, in recent times, woken up to the reality that our partners in places like Sudan, Ukraine, and Palestine have long had to endure. And that is that the international system can no longer keep us safe from war. We are obviously not at war here in Norway or in Canada, but war has come closer. What does that do to our understanding of the purpose of development assistance in conflict? Can aid build peace in a time of great power competition and globalizing authoritarianism? Is it really peace out? Thankfully, I'm just your host today, so I don't have to answer all of those questions. But we do have a program packed with people who can help us understand at least some of the dilemmas that we face in trying to answer these questions. They are policymakers, academics, activists, journalists, humanitarians. And I have a number of Norad colleagues who will join us throughout the day to help facilitate that discussion. The first of these is Gunjurid Ruset. Gunjurid has over 27 years of experience as a Norwegian diplomat, managing Norway's relations to the United Nations and international financial institutions on issues like human rights and humanitarian affairs, all of which is a very good thing because Gunjurid is the Director General of Norad. She has the honor of formally welcoming you with some words of introduction. Gunjurid, the floor is yours.
Your Royal Highness, Minister, Excellencies, esteemed speakers, dear friends. Development work is founded on optimism. It began after the Second World War in the belief that everything will get better. Now, it seems like we are at a turning point. Norad's own estimates show that 1 in 10 still live in extreme poverty. The massive decline in poverty that we saw in the 90s and early 2000s has more or less stopped. Trends have reversed also across other development areas. Conflict, violence, and political instability is a central cause of this. The world has not seen this many armed conflicts since the Second World War, and most of these conflicts never make it to the headlines. Most of them are in poorer countries. The steady increase in conflicts happens alongside deep cuts in humanitarian assistance and development aid. Here in Norway, we have a full-scale war close to home. This is why we want to talk about peace today, because war is development in reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, war is brutal. Health, education, living conditions, and access to services are all hit hard by war. Above all, war robs us of perspective. Everything becomes about here and now. Instead of dreaming and shaping their own future, people focus only on survival. Just a few years ago, the UN Sustainable Development Goals were central in international news. Now, they are almost absent. War is everywhere. The world should urgently turn its attention back to these goals. It's not one or the other. Poverty breeds conflict, and conflict leads to poverty. We must invest in development. In short, war is expensive, prevention is cheaper. Dear friends, I mentioned the brutality of war, but even in war, in all its cruelty, there is humanity. In Kiev, I met the EdCamp movement, a community of teachers. Under constant airstrikes and violent raids, Svitlana Stelmak and other teachers risked their lives to ensure that the Ukrainian children have prospects for a better future. Today, you will hear stories, powerful stories of compassion and courage in extremely difficult times. From the emergency response rooms in Sudan, to brave aid workers and journalists who risk their lives to bear witness. Humanitarian personnel and journalists should never be targeted in war. This is not respected. The people you will see on this stage today are true heroes, defending international humanitarian law and bringing the truth to light. So, back to our question of today. Peace out? Is it really game over for peace? Peace out was a greeting in a time when peace and love were on everyone's lips. While we are here today, 239 million individuals are fighting to survive and need humanitarian assistance. Each one of them has a name, a story, a face. So, we need to talk about peace. Remember, the world has come through wars, conflicts, and crises before. International dialogue and the commitment of international organizations and individuals has made this possible. We have just heard from Ala Salah from Sudan. She challenged us and called us to action. Because indifference is an enemy of peace, and fighting it is essential. You see it in war zones across the world. Aid workers put on their emergency vests and go back to work day after day. In Ukraine last fall, I visited a power plant that had been bombed several times. A group of workers still came to work there every single day. They risked their lives to quite literally create light in the darkness for the Ukrainian people. I think about them every day. Ladies and gentlemen, there are things we can do. We can provide organizations with multi-year funding so they can invest and adapt and plan. We must protect and invest in a strong UN. Its mandate is as important now as when it was founded. We must strengthen all its three pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. Since 2006, the UN Peace Building Fund has invested in peace across the globe. Norway has supported this work. 20 years ago, Burundi faced a brutal civil war and extensive poverty. A network of women mediators was established. Today, it has more than 14,000 members and have addressed close to 5,000 conflicts. Important partners for us, such as the World Bank and the World Food Programme, provide preventive cash transfers. They allow us to act before a crisis hits. Friends, many fear war. A recent Norad study shows that 3 out of 4 Norwegians are worried about war and conflict. The answer is to act. Invest in active peace work, engage in prevention. Do not accept that it's game over for peace. Hope is not irrational. Hope is a basis for courage and a catalyst for action. We have overcome great challenges before, and we will do so again. We must act now so that those living in war and conflict can continue to dream. Their hope must be protected, nurtured, and transformed into action. In the spirit of the original Peace Out, I would like to end with a quote from Jimi Hendrix. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Thank you. Peace out.
Thank you, Gunjorid. As Gunjorid mentioned, the challenge for international development assistance today in relation to conflict really is one of, if not us, whom, and if not now, when. But what exactly is the now when we're talking about conflict? What are the patterns of violent conflict in the international system? How can we think about those patterns? To help us understand this, we're very fortunate to have with us today Cliona Raleigh. Cliona is a professor at the University of Sussex and president and CEO of ACLED, the Armed Conflict Location and Event Database. Cliona first established ACLED during her PhD work, but it has since grown into an organization of over 260 members in 100 different countries, providing real-time data on violent conflict across the world to decision makers, from mayors to world leaders. Please welcome Professor Raleigh.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the invitation and, of course, the company of such esteemed Royal Highness and Minister. Actually, ACLED was established not far from here. It was when I was at PRIO, starting my PhD. So it's a real delight to have the opportunity to present to a Norwegian audience today. So I'm typically brought in for bad news, and I have plenty of it, and I'm sorry about that. What we're going to be talking about today is what conflict currently looks like within the system and how bad it's likely to get, which is very bad. All right. So we collect about 1,200 events per day, everything from peaceful protests to acts of mass conflict. And what that is telling us effectively is that high and, of course, sustained violence is the new normal. Conflict rates doubled since 2020. They doubled all across the world. Not necessarily fatality rates, but most certainly conflict rates. 1 in 6 people, 17% of the global population, is now exposed to conflict on a daily basis, and that is an incredibly serious increase in the distribution of risk. The last is that states are responsible for an increasing amount of the conflict that we're seeing. And so what does that look like? This is a map of where we had events just last year that we've aggregated to the national level. As you can see, it's everywhere, as the executive director mentioned in her talk. This is where fatalities were concentrated. We have the typical expected countries in there, especially Ukraine. This is where we can look at how many people in each of these countries were exposed to political violence last year. Right? And what we find is that it doesn't look the same as the events map, and nor should it. But this is about areas, urban areas, and repeated attacks on communities. And it gives us a sense of how ingrained conflict is to these various people as they go through their life. We have 825 million people just last year. Now, as I mentioned, it's going to get worse. Here is an assessment of what it might look like, this is the worst case scenario, in the next 6 months. In the next 6 months, I'm looking at a 25% increase in violence. And I will be very frank with you when I say that I think that would be a lucky number to hit in 2026, a 25% increase. What we find, of course, is that the current conflicts are getting worse. The smaller conflicts continue to proliferate, but we're waiting, of course, for much bigger conflicts to start. And I would be incredibly surprised if we see out this year without Iran falling and the subsequent mass violence that will come from that. And one of the things that I would say is the most important conclusion from the ACLED's work to date is that all of these forms of conflict, political violence, terrorism, wars, mass protests, mob violence, all of them are happening simultaneously. They are happening often concurrently in the same countries. And we can't treat the conflict as having one dimension and one solution when people are exposed to several of these at the same time. The same communities in Kordofan in Sudan might have 3 of these different types of violence occurring on a weekly basis. Each of them each of them, and this is incredibly important, is because of a competition for power. This isn't about grievance or ideology or the climate or need. This is a competition for power playing out at very different scales. Now, I have 4 ways that I like to measure how violent the world has become. I use deadliness, which is fatality numbers, diffusion, how much of a country is covered by violence, danger, how much of the violence is really directed towards civilians, and fragmentation, how many armed groups are operational in each country. What we find is the extremely violent countries in our dark red give us a wide range of political forms, economic growth forms, and indeed types of countries and more broadly. But we have a huge number of countries, 50, in which they have either turbulent, high, or extreme levels of conflict just in the last year. I know that an awful lot of the media is focused on Ukraine and Gaza, and they should have been. Sudan too. But really, conflict has become such a widespread problem for so many people that we need to turn our attention to how people are living and managing very high level and increasing levels of conflict. Here's the top 10. Palestine, Myanmar, Syria, Mexico, Nigeria, Ecuador, Brazil, Haiti, Sudan, and Pakistan. Very different places. Each of them sustaining an extreme level of conflict in its citizens. Each of these governments under mass pressure, often contributing to that pressure. But what is noticeable here is how different the forms of conflict are in each of those countries. This isn't a one-size-fits-all again. It is a mass reflection of how variable conflict has become. Here are some conclusions from that. I'll start at the one over here. 4 of the 10 countries with the most intense political violence are in Latin America and the Caribbean. 4 of the 10. Each of those countries, barring Haiti, had a positive economic growth rate last year. Each of them held an election in the recent past. This does not look like your typical civil war and academic conclusions about where we expect to see violence and what it should look like into the future. There is a spectrum of conflict, and it's starting with crime, and it's starting to become very much imbued with political violence and mass conflict. And what's happening in Latin America should be a sign for us all, because it's going into African states, and I think it will spread further. Extremely difficult conflict to deal with. Ukraine was the most deadly, with over almost 80 killed. In fact, there was a report today that I think found that 1.3 million people have been killed in that war overall. Virtually everybody in Palestine has been exposed to violence repeatedly. And of course, over 240 people were killed just last year, and that is a very conservative estimate. So what's driving it? As I mentioned, it's the new normal. This is what it looks like in Europe at the moment, where we've had a massive increase in conflict. Now, we may hope that that would go away after some security guarantees, but it's far more likely that it's likely to decline slightly, but sustain a very, very high level of conflict. The Middle East, of course, has also seen an increase, recently decreased, although that looks to be largely temporary. But all the other places, Africa, Latin America, and the Asia Pacific, have high rates that are very sustainable. Nothing seems to move these numbers. None of the policies and none of the aid money seems to move the very high and sustained amount of violence we're seeing in these countries. And we have to reflect on the fact that perhaps we went about solving this problem in the wrong way. 1 in 6 people, and especially civilians, have been exposed to conflict. There is also, I would say, kind of an exhaustion within the international community around civilian harm. And instead, we've turned to thinking about great power competition. Civilians don't feature well in a great power competition conversation, and yet they are central to how we're going to solve this problem and understand how people have to manage multiple forms of conflict risk. States are contributing an ever-increasing amount and share of global conflict. Again, I mentioned that post-COVID, we've seen drastically different patterns, and one of them is the very, very high level of state violence. Now, of course, this is largely driven by Russia and Israel, but many states are preparing to engage in much more violence. Defense spending has been extreme across the world, and that defense spending will translate into more state violence. But also, more non-state armed groups are starting to use technologies that make it far easier to kill more civilians, and of course, to contest power as they see it. This is the number of drone attacks that non-state armed groups are starting to engage in. So we're seeing a changing, sophisticated, technologically advanced form of conflict taking over what typically had been an inquiry into civil wars. So I wanted us to really reflect on a few things here. One is that there's a lot of violent labor in the world. There's a lot of defense spending and a lot of violent labor. It will translate into much more violence. Conflict is highly adaptable and often finds that it changes shape, actors, direction when it needs to in order to survive. And in fact, political survival is one of the main messages that I would say needs to underscore our analysis of all conflict here. People are willing to use quite high levels of violence to do so. Small conflicts matter, in part because disorder runs up and down this system. Of course, there'll be mass global conflict, I think, that we're expecting within the next 5 years, but the small conflicts will contribute to that as much as the large ones do. And I love patterns, so it hurts me to say this, we really might not see a very clear pattern emerge from conflict within the next few years, in part because what's driving it is so turbulent. And so I want to thank Norad for bringing this subject up and being brave enough to confront the fact that violence has really changed under what had been a very diverse and I think successful development program, but this particular problem remains. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Klina. It may seem a bit obvious to say, but it is in conflict, the kind of conflicts we've just heard about, that human rights is most at risk. Our international system, the international norms, of course, give states the primary duty to ensure respect for human rights and to protect human rights. But in these kinds of situations that Klina has just described, state budgets are going towards defense. There's less money to help to realize rights. States are losing control of territory. They're simply unable to protect rights. Or the states are the primary source of human rights abuse. One of the principal ways that the international system responds to these challenges is through the human rights institutions of the United Nations. And we are grateful to have the leader of one of those institutions with us here today, and that is Volker Turk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Volker Turk has worked previously in the UN Secretary General's Executive Office, as well as in the office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, coordinating global policy initiatives. Throughout his career, he has worked to advance human rights with a particular focus on those most affected by conflict, such as refugees and stateless persons. Welcome, High Commissioner. The word is yours.
Your Royal Highness, distinguished participants, hard power is back in fashion, and ordinary people are bearing the brunt. The use of force to solve international disputes is more frequent and more normalized than at any time in the past 80 years. Latest figures, and we have just heard it, indicate that there are 61 active armed conflicts globally, the highest since World War II. Threats to use force unilaterally against sovereign nations are thrown about like schoolyard taunts. The laws of war are systematically violated, and mass civilian suffering from Gaza to Sudan to Myanmar is unfolding before our eyes. Warring parties double down rather than pursue efforts for peace. They launch even heavier strikes after losing territory. They impose siege tactics, weaponizing food, water, and medical supplies, and they militarize societies even more, as I witnessed in Sudan 2 weeks ago. With some limited exceptions, ceasefires in Gaza, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Lebanon, and beyond are not being fully implemented or respected. According to one study, the successful resolution of violent conflicts is lower than at any point in the last 50 years. Wars that ended in a decisive victory fell from 49% in the 1970s to 9% in the 2010s, while those that ended through peace agreements fell from 23% to 4% over the same period. And we all know about how global military spending has gone up. In fact, it has reached an all-time high of $2.7 trillion US. That is 13 times more than global development aid. And thanks in part to cuts in aid, human progress and well-being are going backwards. It is unfathomable that for the first time this century, figures indicate that 200,000 more children under 5 died in 2025 compared to the previous year. That is 200,000 tragedies that could have been prevented but were not. Distinguished participants, 80 years ago, the international community committed to resolve differences through dialogue and cooperation based on international law. We need to uphold that pledge. Human rights and international law are our guide. During all my missions and visits to conflict or crisis zones like occupied Palestinian territory, DRC, Haiti, Sudan, and Syria, the same message resonates. Human rights are the foundations of peace and security. And conversely, human rights violations are often at the root of war and other crises. Grievances grow when people are systematically excluded from society, when they are denied the right to citizenship, such as in Myanmar for the Rohingya, when they are not able to express themselves freely, to vote, to work, or when they are denied the right to adequate housing. Some of this is at the core also of what is happening today in Iran. Long-standing discrimination and dehumanization of the other are fertile ground for conflict. If they are not addressed, these injustices can fuel tensions, destroy trust in institutions, and shred the social fabric. Ethnic grievances that are stoked by hate speech and incitement to violence can drive hostility and extremism that threaten both local and regional stability. Under these conditions, unscrupulous leaders can use propaganda and disinformation to ignite a tinderbox of hatred, and I saw some of the results of this in Sudan, just as I mentioned 2 weeks ago. Human rights give us the tools to address injustice and grievances by protecting the dignity and worth of every human person. Countering discrimination in all its forms promotes social cohesion. Protecting civic space and tackling hate speech mean people can speak up without fear. Investing in health, in housing, and in education for all builds the conditions for more equal, inclusive, and secure societies. These are all human rights issues, and my office is fully engaged across the board. In active conflict situations and beyond, my office monitors and reports on violations. We document them. We raise the alarm, and we call for early action. We engage with all stakeholders, urging the authorities to enter into dialogue to address people's grievances, to protect victims of human rights violations, and to hold perpetrators to account. In Sudan, and I was deeply impressed by the people who I've met, we try to empower as much as possible local groups to contribute to the humanitarian response. From Colombia to the DRC to the occupied Palestinian territory, we work with civil society organizations to build bridges between communities. As part of our work to tackle inequalities, we advocate for a human rights economy in which financial policies like taxation and public spending focus on advancing human rights. Sometimes the economic models that we have are not grounded in the state obligations when it comes to human rights. We also need more comprehensive efforts to build lasting peace that are based on human rights and sustainable development. Ceasefires can offer some relief that the fighting has stopped. They may deliver short-term economic gains for local and foreign interests, but without a peace agreement that addresses the root causes, violence will simmer and re-emerge. And human rights, precisely for that purpose, provide a framework for peace that endures. Human rights make sure that peace agreements address long-standing issues, such as discrimination, land disputes, or ethnic tensions. A human rights approach involves listening to victims and survivors and integrating the views of women and excluded groups in peace talks. It means empowering civil society to advance inclusion and legitimacy. It ensures a focus, and again we have heard it before, on accountability for violations, as well as on repairing the trust that was broken during conflict. Sustained peace often depends on painstaking mediation and negotiations based on human rights for all. The process is not simple, but it can be done. I sometimes hear that human rights are an obstacle to peace, that societies emerging from conflict must choose between peace and justice, and this could not be further from the truth. One way forward is, in fact, to integrate human rights much better in mediation efforts. And there are good examples. The 1996 Colombia Accords are a testament to that, as many of you in this room know. The human rights of victims and the imperative of establishing the truth of what happened during the conflict were on the negotiating table from day one. Victims participated directly in the peace process, and my office was empowered to monitor the implementation of its human rights aspects, which enabled us to flag grievances at an early stage that could have otherwise derailed any progress. A second entry point for human rights in conflict situations is through confidence-building measures. And we are promoting such confidence-building measures in several of today's conflicts as part of ceasefire or peace negotiations. In fact, they can open up the political space to discuss harder issues, but also to build trust over time. For example, when it comes to Russia's war in Ukraine, we are working to promote confidence-building measures that include commitments not to use weapons and drones in densely populated areas, and not to target critical energy infrastructure such as electricity and heating. These should be fundamental principles of warfare, but as we all see on a daily basis almost, they are unfortunately gravely breached. In Sudan, confidence-building measures could include agreements to share information on missing people and to release people who were arbitrarily detained. Confidence-building measures can also help prevent conflict from erupting. For example, in Iran, they could include independent investigations into all human rights violations and a commitment to deep reforms to rebuild trust. War is not an inevitability, and we cannot accept it as the new normal. Many of the founders of the United Nations had just returned from a brutal conflict. They were intimately aware that pursuing peace is the ultimate act of courage and hope. And we need to find inspiration in their example and commit to structural efforts, finally, to end war as a tool of international relations. We need to be clear that our goal is a net zero war. We need to put our resources into building conditions for peaceful societies. Human rights education is a key tool to make that a reality, to raise awareness that equality, dignity, and justice are the foundations of peace and stability. We need to glorify peace, not war. And I would like to see departments of peace in governments around the world, peace correspondents in media organizations, and the teaching of the history of peace movements, of mediation and diplomacy in schools. At the international level, while some powerful states are weakening the multilateral system, we need the rest, and that's the vast majority, to be even bolder and more joined up in their response. States need to speak louder with one clear voice in support of the United Nations Charter and of international law. To unite and amplify support for human rights, we are working to convene a global alliance for human rights that broadens the tent, that goes beyond states, that wants to include different segments of civil society, philanthropists, business, youth, young people in particular, and so many others, to put human rights at the center of political and public life. And I count very much on your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Only a few days ago, Norway's Minister of International Development launched a reform process under the banner headline that we had hit an iceberg, but were not quite aware of it. Minister Åsmund Aukrust is a long-time member of the Norwegian Parliament, including as a leading member of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committees. He joins us today to put our topic today in a political context. Minister, the word is yours.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, friends and colleagues. Krig forakt for liv. War is contempt for life. This is stated in Nordahl's Grieg famous poem To the Youth. And this is what we just heard from Allah Shalah's strong history from Sudan. And this is what the people in Ukraine, in Palestine, and so many other places in the world are living through every day. Contempt of life. I would like to use the opportunity to thank Norad and Gunn for choosing this as this year's theme for this conference. Because war and conflict are reserving progress achieved over decades on peace, rights, and development. There is no doubt war and conflicts are the biggest threats for development in the world that we are living in today. It creates enormous humanitarian suffering, poverty, displacement, and collapse in infrastructure and services. It steals the hope for future generations, breakdown of communities, economies, and life of millions of people. It creates distrust within societies and among countries. It makes states collapse with more refugees and extremism to follow. And finally, it steals all the attention. It takes out all the oxygen in the room. War and conflict dominate the political agenda and redirect funding to emergency response and security needs. Therefore, a strong message from this conference is that a fundament for development is to end war and conflict. But I will say, as important, to prevent war, to create stability, development is essential. Therefore, it's very obvious for me that development is also about security policy. And it's one of the answers to the very challenging world that we are living in today. Dear friends, we are here because we believe in international solidarity. We know it's possible to make a difference, to make the world a better and safer place for all. Development assistance has, throughout the last years, contributed to a historical improvement in global economic and social development. Poverty has been reduced. Millions have learned to write and read, and protected from life-threatening diseases. But today, when we meet here in January 2026, we are a part of the biggest changes in international development cooperation in modern history. We are facing many crises at the same time. A financial crisis with enormous cuts from many of our partners, with a political crisis, with attacks on the multilateral cooperation, on international law, and the whole system of a rule-based world order. And worst of all, of course, is a crisis on the ground, with millions of people living in war, conflict, and humanitarian catastrophes. This demands a lot of us. We need to work harder, wiser, and to be better coordinated. There is a saying that we should never let a crisis go to waste. And I know that in this room there are many people that for many years have been working for a reform of the development and humanitarian agenda. Now it's not only a need for a reform, it's completely necessary for the system to survive. The multilateral architecture as we know it needs to be changed. Less fragmentation, stronger systems. We want the outcome of the UN process to be a more effective system working across the pillars of peace, development, and human rights. But I'd like to say to all of you that changes is not about everyone else than ourselves. Because with so dramatic changes out there, we must also look ourselves into the mirror and ask, do we have the right answers? Do we have the right priorities? Are we doing our best in this new world? We are truly living in a turning point internationally. And of course, this must also be reflected in our way of working and our development policy. I'm therefore calling out for a debate of Norwegian development policy. And that's why I, on behalf of the Norwegian government, has initiated a process which will result in a white paper presented to the Parliament. This will be the first one on development in more than 10 years. I'm starting this process without having all the answers, but by asking the questions. And I would like all of you to participate. I want to hear from you, and I think we need to hear from each other. We from the government will travel around in the world and in Norway to have workshops, seminars, and roundtable discussions. We will raise difficult dilemmas and be self-critical. Through this process, we aim to learn, to listen, to discuss, to be challenged, and to be inspired. We will also try to listen to stakeholders and participants beyond those voices that normally hear in debates about development. And of course, we will listen to our partners abroad. Very often debates about our priorities in Norway is about us. But we should ask ourselves, what is the need for Norway out there? What does our partner, those we want to reach, want from us? I want to say that I am excited and curious about this process. And I think if we are doing this a good way, we are able to make some brave decisions. We could really lead the way for the international development agenda. Changes is always difficult, but I hope that we together will be able to do so. And I will also like to clarify for you and to be very clear to all of you that our goal is clear. That is to achieve more and to make a bigger difference. From the Labour Party government, we are saying that we need more international solidarity, not less. I want this process, and I would also like to say that I want this process not only to be about funding and development assistance, because as we all know, development policy is about a lot more than funding. Funding alone cannot create sustainable changes. And I think the two most important answers is how to help countries raise more of their own funding through domestic resource mobilization and how to get more private investment in the global south. And if we are able to do the combination of these two, we are really talking about development. But what is certain is to achieve this, we need to fight corruption. Corruption is poison to the system. That's also my message to all the leaders that I meet that ask what can they do to get more private investment in their country. Dear friends, we are living in a world where we also have faced backlash on very many of those values that we've been fighting so hard for so many years. Democracy, human rights, and gender equality. We see that rights, they are attacked from so many different angles at the same time. Latest what we saw with an even stricter gag rule from the DC. And I would like to say to all of us, it's time to step up the game. I want Norway to be the strongest, clearest, and wisest voice promoting these values. We can only succeed if we are forming alliances with other countries and with civil society, those that really are on the front lines. To the end, I started up quoting Nordahl Griegs Til ungdommen. War is contempt for life. But the next line is peace is creation. Fred å skape. That is what we need. That is our call to action. And it's up to all of us to take that responsibility. None of us could save the world, but all of us can do more. But what is for certain is that we are failing without hope. Hope is essential for progress. And in these days, where I think many of us have challenges finding hope, I would say that there are especially two things that gives me hope. And the first one is history. History has shown us that we have been through extreme times before. Brutal wars, colonization, terrorist attacks, apartheid, and occupation. But we have overcome, and we will also do this time. We will rebuild, heal, and move forward. And the second one thing that gives me hope is people. War brings out the worst in people. Massacre, violence, and killings. But war also brings out the best in people. In all crises, we see how the hero in the story is ordinary people that are able, in the darkest hours, to take care of each other, protect each other, and be there for each other. So it's really true. Hope is better than hate. People are stronger than weapons, and therefore peace will win over war. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Åkrus. We will very shortly take a break, but first, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Haakon, must leave us. So I would ask you all to rise for a moment while his party takes their leave. Okay, that was it. Now you have a chance to stretch your legs and be back in 30 minutes. See you then. Welcome back. Before the break, we toured the horizon of what war means for international development cooperation and development assistance. In this session, we will delve deeper, both into the social costs of war, as well as the options for international development assistance to build peace. War is, after all, an economic and social phenomenon. You need labor and property to fight a war. People to do the fighting, weapons for them to use, money to sustain both over time. And life goes on in the war zone. Peaceful political contention, competition, coexists with the violence of war in the war zone, just as it does in our international system. Social relations and economic structures, both globally and locally, shape the way that wars are fought, the way they are sustained sometimes for decades, and the way they end. Wars, in a sense, set the agenda for development assistance. So what if we turned that telescope around and asked, what can development cooperation mean for conflict? To help us do that, we're honored today to have with us Dr. Sidi Ould Tah. Dr. Tah was elected president of the African Development Bank last May, and he brings to his position over 40 years of experience in banking, economics, and in ministerial roles. Dr. Tah previously led the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, and he was Mauritania's Minister of Economy and Finance. Dr. Tah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, Norad, for inviting the African Development Bank Group to participate in the 2026 edition of the Norad Conference. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Norwegian authorities for their constant and unwavering support over many years to the African Development Bank Group and the African Development Fund. The strength of this partnership was demonstrated just a few weeks ago in December 2025 at the final pledging session of the 17th replenishment of the African Development Fund. The African Development Fund is a concessional window supporting the continent's 37th low-income countries. At that momentous meeting in London, co-hosted by Ghana and the United Kingdom, our shareholders and partners made history. They made history by mobilizing a record $11 billion. They delivered a resounding reaffirmation of their commitment to the progress and resilience of Africa's most vulnerable nations. Norway's leadership during this negotiation was exemplary. Your progressive pledge was instrumental in securing the largest replenishment in the history of the fund. To the Kingdom of Norway, I say, takk. Thank you for your enduring trust and your vital investment in Africa's potential. On behalf of the bank, I also extend my gratitude to all the contributing nations whose generosity at the ADF 17th replenishment enabled us to reach new heights in our mission of transformation by delivering development investment to where it is most needed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address you at this important conference, which focuses on the human and economic cost of war and conflict prevention. The theme of the conference, Peace Out, resonates strongly given the proliferation of conflict in various parts of the world, and particularly in Africa. Therefore, my intervention today will focus on investing in peace, a new development paradigm. When I assumed office as the 9th president of the African Development Bank Group on the 1st of September 2025, I was fully aware of the scale of the challenges our continent and its vast opportunities at a time of major global change. I am referring to the current wave of geopolitical tensions and disruptions, the questioning of multilateralism, the rethinking and reduction in official development assistance by many influential development partners in the international area, the significant unsustainable debt burdens endured by many African nations, and the impact of climate change on the lives of tens of millions of Africans. The centrality of peace in Africa's development cannot be overemphasized. For the much admired statesman, Nelson Mandela, peace is the greatest weapon for development that any nation, any people can have. It couldn't be better said. Indeed, there is no development without peace, and there is no peace without development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must speak and act with clarity. Traditional approaches to development financing have too often failed to place significant focus on investing in peace building and conflict prevention, as well as financially supporting the very important role of the private sector in this process. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Organization, conflict and violent events rose from around 12,000 to more than 33,000 between 2016 and 2025. Today, 85% of Africans are either living in or sharing land borders with a conflict-affected country. And in most cases, these countries are experiencing growing food insecurity, affecting more than 300 million people. And in addition, the effect of climate change are exacerbating this dynamic, as can be seen in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. In other words, peace is impossible when people are suffering from hunger. And security is also impossible when hunger fuels conflict. The human cost of this conflict compromises development. In 2025, more than 44 million Africans were forcibly displaced. That is 5 times more than in 2010, 15 years back. Conflict also disrupts the education of children. Last year, more than 15,000 schools in parts of West and Central Africa were forced to close because of insecurity. This week, the Malian authorities declared that all schools in Mali will be closed. Today, across Africa, more than 100 million children and youth are out of school. In 2025, African nations were compelled to allocate an estimated 52 billion toward military expenditure, which is a 50% increase since 2020. The consequence is clear. The more countries increase their security spending, the more they reduce their investment in social and economic sectors, thereby exacerbating poverty, particularly in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ongoing and emerging conflict across Africa continue to exact a profound human and economic toll, undermining stability and slowing progress toward sustainable development. This situation compels us, as the African Development Bank, to urgently revisit our investment strategy, to maximize our contribution to peace and development in alignment with the African Union's Agenda 2063. For the past 2 decades, the African Development Bank Group has been innovating in terms of financial instruments for fragile and conflict-affected countries. But we cannot achieve any impactful success in this mission on our own. Enhanced partnerships are essential. In my inauguration speech, I thus committed to do everything in my power to ensure that the African Development Bank Group makes a significant and enlightened contribution to this paradigm change in enhancing partnership for more impactful results. In my first 100 days in office, I met with a wide range of public and private partners involved in the humanitarian development peace nexus. We discussed the most effective ways we can work together strategically. As president of Africa's leading development finance institution, I have defined the 4 cardinal points vision that will shape our priorities and concrete actions in fragile and conflict-affected countries. The first cardinal point is about enhancing access to public and private capital at scale, as these countries and markets are chronically underfunded despite investment opportunities. The second cardinal point is about reforming the continent's financial system to de-risk fragility and to raise funds from African savings and to increase domestic resource mobilization to cater for African needs. The third cardinal point is about harnessing the demographic transition with a focus on at-risk youth as part of a peace-positive investment strategy that creates private sector-led jobs for groups across conflict lines to build social cohesion. The fourth cardinal point is about building infrastructure, resilient infrastructure, and adding value to natural resources in Africa. To drive growth and regional integration and overcome long-standing inequalities and exclusion patterns that drive conflicts. This 4 cardinal point marks a decisive strategic pivot, establishing the bank as a preeminent bridge across our world's most critical divides by harmonizing ambition with execution, public mandate with private enterprise, and operational urgency with institutional governance. The bank serves as the vital link between shores. Crucially, the 4 cardinal points vision anchors the transition from fragility to resilience, providing the essential glue for the peace, security, and development nexus, and ensuring the bank remains an indispensable partner in fostering a stable, connected global landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, official development assistance devoted to humanitarian aid nearly doubled between 2010 and 2019. However, the share devoted to peace building declined. Stakeholders in the humanitarian development peace nexus are exploring new types of partnership, particularly with the private sector and the African diaspora. Recent research estimates that for every dollar invested in peace and conflict prevention, the return can be as high as $103 in countries that recently experienced insecurity. Harnessing this prevention dividend requires a holistic peace and security investment strategy that leverages the private sector. To speak of the human cost of war in Africa is to acknowledge that our young people, our continent's greatest resource, bear its heaviest burden. When insecurity converges with weak institutions and weak local economies, rising youth unemployment, and forced displacement deepen fragility and erode hope. Across the continent, young Africans are growing increasingly restless, and understandably so. They seek not just opportunity, but decent job and reliable public services such as electricity and water that enable dignity and progress. This is why our investments must first and foremost focus on creating meaningful jobs for youth. We must urgently respond to their needs because it is a right and just thing to do so. Let us work with government and the private sector to accelerate the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Let us help transition economic spaces across Africa from informality to vibrant, formal, and resilient markets that generate decent jobs, that strengthen resilience and put economic progress at the service of peace. Today, more than 600 million Africans lack access to reliable electricity. Once a family, a community, a town has light for the first time, it means that a better future is possible for all. To achieve this, we must work with the private sector through a holistic approach that reduces the real and perceived risk associated with investment. This is the motivation behind Mission 300, a partnership led by the African Development Bank Group, the World Bank, with international development agencies and philanthropists to connect an additional 300 million people in Africa to electricity by 2030. Nevertheless, we also know that private investment can exacerbate tensions, particularly in extractive industries and land-intensive operations. However, if these investments are well managed, they will promote economic growth and become a catalyst for peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by inviting all of us to work closely to strengthen our collaboration. First, it is our collective responsibility to recognize the inextricable link between peace, security, investment, and development. This must inform our development financing strategies. Second, we need to mobilize capital at scale to finance prevention deliberately with predictable, scalable resources. We value the support of the bank's shareholders, including Norway, in setting up the prevention envelope under the transition support facility to spread this innovation. The bank has proven by leading the way in prevention financing, boosting allocation for preventive intervention by 35% between 2023 and 2025. And this commitment is strategic, confirming that every dollar invested in evidence-based prevention programs delivers a long-term return of up to $16 saved. We now need to continue to innovate and leverage capital markets to mobilize resources at scale to finance peace. Third, we must invest in people where fragility is greatest, especially young people, women, and forcibly displaced communities. We must turn risk into opportunity. And to do that, let us focus on job creation and ensure that demographic transition reduce tensions rather than exacerbate them. Fourth, we must build climate-resilient infrastructure and develop value chain to promote social cohesion and opportunities for at-risk youth. Let us make bold investments that accelerate the much-needed advancement of Africa's regional integration agenda and focus on the management of cross-border natural resources. Finally, we must harness the dynamism of the private sector and view these countries not as fragile economies, but as frontier markets brimming with potential. Through bold and strategic investments, we can unlock viable financial opportunities and transform the life and livelihoods of millions across Africa. Together, let us adopt a long-term market development approach and use our financial instruments to catalyze private investment, reduce risk, and pool our efforts through platforms. Together, let us go further for the benefit of the people of Africa and the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ta. Our next speaker is an academic whose research has contributed to setting policy agendas globally on issues of social and economic dimensions of armed conflict. Anke Hoffler is Professor of Development Research at the University of Constance and is a member of the Leopoldina, Germany's highest Academy of Sciences. Professor Hoffler received the International Research Award, the Alexander von Humboldt Research Award and professorship, prompting her move from Oxford to Constance. And her research these days focuses on the interdisciplinarity approaches to social and economic dimensions of conflict. Professor Hoffler, the word is yours.
Dear development community, it's a particular pleasure and honor to be invited by Norad to this conference, because it gives me an opportunity to say thank you to Norway, because you supported my research from day one. You were the Norwegian Research Council gave me my very first research grant over 25 years ago. So, the Peace Research Institute in Oslo hosted me throughout the years, so thank you to Norway. So today I'm going to talk about the global cost of violence. It's a forthcoming book published in the summer. This is joint work with Professor James Fearon at Stanford University. So the global cost of violence, I want to make 4 points today. I want to talk about the different forms and prevalence of violence. I want to talk about the associated costs, and I want to talk about aid that's being spent on the phenomenon, and I want to talk about prevention of violence. So far this morning, we focused very much our attention on collective violence, so the war. But this is, of course, not the only form of violence. There's also interpersonal violence, so violence between people, not groups, but just between people. So this can take deadly forms in the form of homicide, but it can also be non-fatal, so assault, physical and sexual assault. But then there's also violence that's not directed against others, but against the self. So there's self-directed violence. So when we look at the numbers of deaths that occur in an average year over the past 20 years, the World Health Organization has got some numbers here, and for collective violence, it's about 100,000 people die per year in an average year. 500,000 people die due to homicide, and 700,000 people kill themselves. So collective and interpersonal violence taken together don't kill as many people as suicides. This is, of course, as we've heard today, slightly different now. So the most recent figures are more alarming for collective violence, but it's still the sort of order of magnitude is different, even if collective violence is now double to what it was. And it should be clear to all of you that these different types of violence are, of course, connected. So men who come back from war are more violent towards their families inside the home and beat their wives, and these wives might then have more suicidal ideation. So just as an example how these different forms of violence are connected. So what sort of costs are associated with violence, with deadly and non-fatal violence? Many costs, of course, that you can think of. So we can categorize them into tangible direct costs. So these would be medical care costs or criminal justice costs to prosecute the perpetrators, jail time, and so on. And then there are indirect tangible costs. So people who come to harm are, of course, not as productive. They're not as productive economically, and also socially they are not as productive. They can't take care of their families, for example. And then we've got intangible costs. So these are sort of hard to measure costs. It's the pain and suffering that people go through. And so when we put all of this together, so these are many, many different items that we sort of aggregate, what does the distribution of cost then look like? So if you just focus on the top bar, so to the left, you have some sort of darker blue, and these are the costs associated with collective violence. And then to the very right, you've got some light green. These are the costs associated with suicide. Yeah. So the big bar, the light blue one, is all due to interpersonal violence. So this is homicide, violence in forms of physical and sexual assault. And so this is globally. So globally, you've got really this very big light blue bar. But you see that in every single world region, this light blue bar is the largest. So we think that the share of interpersonal violence costs are the largest in every single of the world regions. So if we sort of then look a bit closer into what makes up this sort of large light blue bar, we can sort of see immediately that for the different world regions, this is the burden of violence measured as a percentage of GDP. You can see immediately that these dark blue bars are very high. This is violence against women. This is mainly intimate partner violence. So these are husbands and boyfriends who are the perpetrators. And this is the largest bar for every single one of the regions. Another very high bar is violence against children. This is mainly parental violence. This is physical punishment of children in the home. There is, of course, some regional variation. You can sort of see that, for example, for Latin America, homicide has got a high bar. Okay, so if we sort of go back to the global perspective, we can see that the largest share of costs of violence are, the burden is on women, the orange, so almost half, and a good quarter on children. What do we do in terms of aid? So there are no official statistics how much aid we actually spend on collective violence reduction and interpersonal violence reduction. So we sort of did a deep dive and sort of looked into it. So we think that the international communities really understood that collective violence is a big problem and is now spending 6 to 7% of all ODA on the problem. Interpersonal violence receives far less. Maybe we haven't counted this quite correctly. Yeah, maybe we're sort of an order of 2 or 3 out, but it's still very little, given that it's such a large problem. So can violence actually be reduced? So on the collective violence, we already do a lot, yeah? And we have a lot of experience on this. Diplomacy, aid, sanctions, peacekeeping operations, all very important to reduce and prevent violence. Evidence, to be honest, is quite mixed on some of these sort of interventions, and they are indeed difficult to evaluate. On the other hand, we have a lot of very solid evidence now on the reduction of interpersonal violence. We have to reduce the means, access to guns, access to knives, acid, yeah? These are all weapons that are being used to harm people. We have to regulate and reduce access to alcohol because substance abuse problems very often play a very large part in violence, also in the home. Drugs are associated with a lot of violence as well. Police, very often source of the problem. A lot of police officers get killed, but they also kill a lot of people. So maybe using too much violence in many countries, we need to improve policing. So we've got plenty of ideas and a huge body of evidence. So maybe let me sort of just present a little bit of work that I'm personally involved in. So violence begets violence, and with clinical psychologists, I've been part of a program in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where people have been through waves and waves of violence, been extremely traumatized. And here you see a picture of a sort of group therapy session in a village. I think it's particularly important to reduce violence against children. So this takes place mainly in the home, as I said, but parenting programs do help to reduce this violence. And in schools, many children still are at the in very violent school environments. To summarize, so first, we have different forms and prevalence of violence. So collective violence is a really important problem, but interpersonal violence is so much more prevalent. The largest, so number two, the largest share of the cost falls on women and children. 3, aid. So far, we are not spending a lot of money on reducing this problem in low and middle income countries. And number 4, there is no reason to assume that aid couldn't be very effective. And many for these programs, some of which are sketched out, and many of these interventions are actually not very expensive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Hoffler. Thank you, Professor Hoffler. We're going to ask Professor Hoffler to come back out and join us for what will be a panel discussion among several of the people we've heard today, including Dr. Ta, Professor Hoffler, and Professor Raleigh from the earlier session. In addition, we've asked Scott Gates to join us. Scott is a research professor at the Peace Research Institute here in Oslo, PRIO, as well as a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Oslo. Scott has more than 10 books and 40 articles to his name, and he currently directs a European Research Council project entitled The Waging of War. And to facilitate the discussion, please, and to facilitate the discussion, my Norad colleague Håvard Moklev-Nygård will also join us. Håvard is director of the Department of Knowledge and Innovation in Norad and has a distinguished research career of his own on exactly these questions. Håvard, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, welcome to the first fireside chat of the program. Trotsky famously said that you might not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. So now we're going to talk about the human face of war, the consequences of conflict. We've heard a series of presentations already that have really delved into the extent of war and conflict today, painted a grim picture, a bleak picture, really, but that's really just touching, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now we're going to delve into the consequences. And I want to start with you, Scott and Clina. You've both done extensive research on the consequences of conflict. Very often when we talk about war in particular, but we'll also go beyond war here in this panel, when we talk about war, we tend to focus in particular on battle debts. But obviously the costs of war extend far beyond battle debts. So starting with you, Scott, from your research, what are the most important and the most detrimental, maybe, consequences of conflict into your mind?
I will actually bring up our research. Both Håvard and I and two other Håvards, Håvard Strand and Håvard Hegre, worked on the development consequences of conflict, looking at the Millennium Development Goals as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the biggest indirect costs of war is accessibility to potable water, drinkable water. And the problem with not having access to drinking water is infants and under 5 youth are extremely vulnerable. And one of the consequences of internal displacement is not access to drinking water, and we see skyrocketing infant mortality rates and under 5 mortality rates. And I regard this as one of the most under-discussed or under-covered indirect costs, but its costs and deaths is profound. And even if you overlive those things, there's going to be brain damage. And so those subsequent long-term costs for the society.
Clina, what would you point to in particular?
So I, as you know, I'm not a huge fan of the battle deaths phenomena, in part because it seems like it's a bit medieval, right? But it's not really how conflict is fought. So I think even though it's intended on being a measure of intensity, it doesn't actually tell us about the intensity of conflict, whereas exposure may, or the number of armed groups. Both measures, I think, are chronically underused as ways to understand the risks to people living in conflicted areas. But when we talk about the impacts of conflict, I think it's very important to recognize how we are well past a time where conflicts stopped and there was a conflicted period and a peaceful period. And instead what we have had is the constant evolution and adaptation of violence to the current political circumstances. And that has created a very viable, violent labor market, which I mentioned earlier. And I think that tackling that, for example, the cartels are the largest employer in Mexico. And that is a direct result of the fact that there is an economy of conflict in the country, and it is then staffed by the violent labor market. And that's a type of impact that we must take much more seriously, because those people are not then gaining skills to contribute to the society. They're instead, or paying taxes, right? They are instead perpetuating and needing forms of violence to keep them employed.
Thank you. So I want to turn to you, Anke. In her opening speech, our Director General said that conflict is development in reverse. That, as you know, is a line, I guess, from research that you did together with Paul Collier. So, to your mind, why is conflict and development so deeply interconnected, and how do these things fit together?
Yeah, so as everybody stressed already this morning, there's no development without security and no security without development. But why? Yeah, is the question. So when poor people have little opportunity, and as Klina already alluded to, if the employment, and CD also said in his address, if there are no opportunities and armed groups come along, I might not believe in the things that they sort of say motivates them, but I just sort of need an income, or I need access to healthcare and support and protection for my family. And so it's these sort of, economists say, opportunity costs. So if the opportunity costs are low, I go and join this war effort, either on the government side or on the rebel side.
Thank you. You've, in particular, Klina Anken, in your talks today, you really broadened the picture beyond conflict, violence, and there's a lot of suffering in the world that obviously doesn't make it into, well, let alone media headlines, doesn't even make it into official statistics. So from your perspective, when we talk about the human costs of war, and when we discuss it and debate it and cover it in the media, what are we missing, especially sitting here in Oslo? What is the most important, maybe, part of this picture that we're not seeing, Klina?
Well, I think Anka's talk today really exposed a lot of the suffering that's happening around already established conflicts. But I certainly think that there's two particular metrics that people don't use enough. One is understanding how conflict breeds corruption within society, and of course that has massive effects on people's ability to be able to proceed past the violence or even live with it. We've done a lot of extensive studies on how people live within conflict areas, and what we find is that they have a really adaptive sense of conflict management, right? So people here talk a lot about conflict prevention, and that's very important, but really what's happening locally is that people are managing their risks. And sometimes they're managing their risks by sending their son to be recruited, or sending their children off to live in the city. So they're effectively trying all sorts of different ways to get through to the next week or the next month or the next year in a very unstable situation. So, for example, in Myanmar last year, forced conscription into the military went up 26%. And the enormous amount of societal breakdown that kind of number would create is something that we should be much more aware of than our typical metrics.
So, Anke, when you wrote, or in finishing Worse Than War, is there anything that surprised you when looking at the broader picture of violence? Something that stands out that now you wish everybody knew?
So I think these sort of graphs that I showed about how many people sort of turn violence against themselves and others in their everyday life. And there's a lot of everyday violence that women and children suffer that is never talked about because they haven't got the words for it, they haven't got the ability, it's normative in their environment. And I think also other groups, for example, the elderly, very similar. This is sort of violence against them in a home setting and also in institutional settings that is very difficult to actually quantify. So we know it's a problem, but I don't know how big the problem really is.
Interesting. Sidi, I want to bring you into it. You run one of the premier development agencies in the world. Many of the countries that you support are deeply conflict affected. When you look at this research on conflict and development, when you talk to the leaders of these countries, which part of the human cost of violence are you most worried about in trying to do development? What keeps you up at night? What's on your mind, and how you're trying to approach this issue?
So I do believe that the most disastrous impact of war is on education. Because without education, you cannot really have a society, a normal society. And unfortunately, wars disturb the education system. And when youth population is not educated, they are really easily recruited by terrorists. They are easily recruited by criminal gangs and networks, and they are easily tempted by illegal immigration. So education is one of the most dangerous areas of. This is why we at the African Development Bank, we put all our efforts to support education in fragile and conflict-affected countries, because we do believe that when population is educated, you have chance to have a normal society, and you have chance to develop the economy. Even when the war stops, you have the chance. But if you don't have education, nothing can be good.
Thank you. So I want to turn to prevention. I want to turn to what we can do about it. So now I think it's actually now 10 years ago the World Bank and the UN released a landmark Pathways for Peace report that really tried to put the emphasis on prevention, and they even tried to do a business case for prevention. And you actually mentioned some of these headline figures in your talk, CD. So again, from your perspective, from the African Development Bank, are there any things you're hopeful about in what we can do to stem the tide here, to do more to prevent violence? What should we focus on?
Definitely, evidence shows that prevention has a very high return. And to prevent conflicts, most of the conflicts are triggered by competition on limited resources. So it is very important for us as development finance institution, but also for government and for civil society to work together, really to spread tolerance among population, and also to avoid polarization in societies. And this is one of the areas in which the bank intends to work very, very closely with civil society and with academia in the coming months and coming years. In my inauguration statement, I announced that I will put this in as one of my top priorities. And one of the first action I intend to do is to establish an advisory board on peace and security and development for Africa. And that advisory board will help us to develop an action plan for conflict prevention across Africa.
Excellent. So we know, obviously, that we spend enormous resources on responding to crises once violence has erupted. But there is also growing research on effective tools, on prevention. From your research, Scott, and from your expertise, is there anything in particular you want to point to?
This is something that's regarded controversially, not in academic circles, but in the policy community, and that's peacekeeping operations. Peacekeeping operations are effective in three ways. They minimize post-conflict violence, they prevent recurrence, and they prevent the spread of conflict into neighboring countries. And they're all effective, extremely effective in all regards. The problem is with the Security Council, as it's currently politically charged, we're unlikely to get UN peacekeeping missions being approved by the Security Council. So I think it's become incumbent upon the international community to be thinking about other forms and ways to support. Peacekeeping missions need to be well-manned, well-financed, and on the ground for an extensive period of time, more than 8 years. because the normal recurrence conflict is about in 6 years. The boots on the ground, peacekeeping missions need to be on the ground for an extended period of time. The other thing is women, including women in the peace processes. That is been demonstrated to be very, very effective.
Lina, from your research, what can we do? Can you prevent conflict?
I must say I don't know too much about prevention, to be totally honest. but I will say that if I were to look at the last 10 years and its quite significant increase in conflict, what would I say was behind it and whether or not that can be dealt with? I would say that, as mentioned, it's about competition. I would say competition for authority, which comes with it, of course, the rents for resources and others, competition for office. Strangely enough, increasing the inclusion of especially the African political process has made more conflict come through the zero-sum political game. So there's improvements to be made there. And I think what was mentioned earlier by Ala is very important, which is that you can either look at the costs of creating violence or the incentives to create violence to figure out how to prevent it. And the costs are low because impunity is high, you know? So you can make it much more difficult to succeed in using violence if you wish to, I think, effectively prevent that. As I mentioned earlier, I get a bit worried sometimes when we talk about prevention as being located in communities, because these communities are not contributing to the violence, they're managing their risk. So we really have to go to the violent parties and their incentives, I think, if we want to prevent.
Anke, you actually mentioned a couple of concrete policies in your talk. Could you elaborate a little bit on what does the research say on violence prevention more generally, not just conflict?
Great. I can just support what Scott said about peacekeeping. Peacekeeping is also cheap. It's about $7 billion a year that it costs us. So it's a very cost-effective way of preventing conflict, because most conflict happens in post-conflict countries. So violence begets violence, and we need to stop that. So on the topic of finance, I think it's very important to think about, the opening speech today, very powerful. It's these conflicts are kept going through finance. Yeah, so you need to finance this, all these weapons that we saw, the bombs and so on. So who finances this? These are outside powers. These are natural resources that you can sell, oil, diamonds and so on. And you can do something about this internationally. We can sort of say, for example, with diamonds, some time ago, we sort of understood that this was a problem for West Africa, and we said we certify rough diamonds, and you can only sell them in the international market if they are certified from a conflict-free area. So we need to be more agile in thinking about, okay, where do these finance flows go internationally and how can we interrupt them? Because it's not only harmful for people there, but it's also the corruption in other countries, and it undermines this sort of international financial system and their enablers in high-income countries that make this sort of, this violence possible. So it's better for all of us globally if we stop this.
Thank you, indeed. CD, as mentioned, it's 10 years since this Pathways for Peace report. We know that prevention is more cost-effective. We know quite a bit about what's the effective tools, but yet we haven't really seen the international community be able to increase spending on prevention. From your perspective in the African Development Bank, why do you think that is? And is now the time to really get serious about prevention?
We should not give up. We should continue to work on prevention and peacekeeping, because that's the only way we can really make an end to wars, and we can reduce the negative impact of war. But we should also recognize that in the current landscape, and particularly with recent changes in the geopolitical tension in the world. So conflict are fueled definitely by competition on resources, but competition on power, but also by influences. And we need to work also on these external influences, which can really, which can have a negative impact on conflict prevention.
Okay, so we're coming in for landing here. I want to ask each of you to just reflect a little bit at the end on looking ahead, right? The opening session here really painted a bleak picture. The world is there's so much violence and suffering in the world now, and what needs to change? What does Norad need to do? What does Norway need to do? What does the international community need to do? And do you see any glimmer of hope anywhere out there? Anke, first.
We have to
anything.
We have to have hope. Yeah, so this is important, and hope is with children. I think a lot of people understand that maybe their own life isn't going to materially change, but they want to have hope for their children. And I think it's through what we outlined today. It's the sort of the basic needs have to be fulfilled. We have to have proper water, and we know how to deliver this, even in very difficult circumstances. Nutrition, the first 1,000 days, the Lancet Commission sort of said quite clearly it's during pregnancy and these sort of very early development stages that we really have to get the micronutrients for children. They can be grown virtually everywhere. You don't have to fly them in, so you have to encourage people to do this locally. And then the education. But schooling is very often not learning. Children experience violence in school and are not able to sort of then learn effectively. So we can sort of, even in difficult circumstances, start changing lives for children.
Idi, you've already outlined a reform agenda, I guess, for the African Development Bank. What would you point to in particular? Where's the hope?
So 3 things. First, education. Second, education. Third, education.
Beautiful. Lina, do you have a 4th point?
Yeah, I think you can't stop what's coming, right? And I think we need to plan for it. So we can plan for education even in conflict zones. We need to plan for what will be undoubtedly a very, very dark and difficult time, not only in the countries we've seen it play out in the past, but increasingly closer to home.
Scott.
I want to just talk about one thing probably Norad can't do anything about, but it's repression. So the state's active repression of groups, the systematic inequality between groups in society, what is called horizontal inequality, and addressing those fundamental inequities in terms of access to political power and access to wealth and resources in society is one of the big drivers of conflict, and a lack of accountability for leaders, the elites in society. This goes back to what Lina was talking about, competition for power. And unless we start opening our eyes to a lack of accountability and regular forms of violence and repression, we're in a hopeless, hopeless situation.
Scott, Lina, Sidi, Anke, thank you so much.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Thanks to our panelists and to Håvard. It's now time for lunch. After lunch, we will delve more deeply into perspectives from the war zones with a series of panels and presentations from frontline journalists, humanitarians from Sudan, Palestine, Ethiopia, and Ukraine. And in our final session, which we've called Give Peace a Chance, we'll hear some final thoughts from our Foreign Minister, Espen Barth Eide. After lunch, please do join us in the main hall here, and if you're coming down from the gallery, bring your belongings with you. But for now, it's time for lunch. See you back here at 12:25. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We start the afternoon session with a focus on the work of journalists in the conflict zone. Reporting on conflict has changed radically over recent years. Where once foreign correspondents dominated the information coming out of war zones, now citizen journalists report from the front lines both to their compatriots, but also to the world. There are more voices from the war zone than ever before. But all is not equal in the global media landscape. Journalists have never been more targeted in conflict than they are today, nowhere more so than in Gaza. The media space in conflict is flooded with disinformation and misinformation. Here to reflect on their experience are three journalists with varying backgrounds, but all with many accolades and prizes to their names. We're going to hear from three, and then we'll have a panel discussion. First, we'll hear from Yama Wolosmal, who will be familiar to many of you, a Beirut-based journalist for NRK, the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, who spent the last 5 years covering the various conflicts and politics across the Middle East. His frontline coverage of Israel's war on Gaza and elsewhere in the region, including his hard-hitting interviews with representatives from both sides, has earned him recognition both here and abroad. Next up will be Nastya Stanko. Nastya is editor-in-chief of Slidstvo, which is one of Ukraine's leading investigative newsrooms. She's also a co-founder of Hromadska, an independent media outlet established during the Maidan revolution of 2014. Anastasia was early on kidnapped in the Luhansk region of Ukraine by Russian forces, but she has since continued her reporting from the front lines and her investigations. And finally, we'll hear from Lucy Casa, an investigative journalist and war correspondent renowned for her fearless reporting and commitment to exposing human rights. Her coverage of war crimes in the conflict in northern Ethiopia earned her numerous threats and visits from the security forces. She has contributed to leading global international media outlets, including The Guardian, BBC, Los Angeles Times, and Al Jazeera, among others. But first up, Yama, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. One of the main objectives of my job as a journalist, as a correspondent covering wars, specifically in the Israeli-Palestinian context, is to never lose sight of the victims of war. That's why I've been adamant over the past 2 years that I will never talk about 1,200 Israelis killed or over 70,000 Palestinians killed in the Gaza Strip. Behind every single number, there's a human being like us, a name, a face, a person with a story. And it's our most important job to tell these stories, to find these stories and tell these stories. And one of the people I'd like you to get to know is this young man here. His name is Anas al-Sharif. He has risen to prominence over the past 2 years in the Gaza Strip as one of Al Jazeera's main correspondents. Anas has been working tirelessly day and night since the war started. When I sit in my home office in Beirut and I turn on Al Jazeera early in the morning, I see Anas reporting, doing his lives. And when I go to bed around midnight and I just get a quick update from Al Jazeera, Anas is still on the screen reporting about the war crimes, the atrocities, the suffering in the Gaza Strip. Often, Anas would be the first one to reach the site of a bombing long before rescue workers would reach the place, and he would sift through the rubble. He would help people who were injured, or he would carry the dead out of the rubble, all the while he was reporting and the camera was rolling. Last year, when Donald Trump launched his infamous Gaza Riviera plan, accompanied with an AI video showing Palestinians crawling out of caves to find this glitzy paradise looking like Dubai in the Gaza Strip. And he talked about emptying the Gaza Strip of its inhabitants, effectively calling for the ethnic cleansing of 2 million Palestinians from the coastal strip. Anas took to social media, where he has many, many followers, and he put out a video along with his daughter, Sham, cute little girl, where both of them had a message to Donald Trump. I want you to listen to that.
بابا
نعم
ترامب بقول بده يطلعنا من غزة، أنت بدك تطلع من غزة؟
لا طبعا في غزة
بدك تضلك في غزة؟ ليش؟
عشان بحب الغزة.
أنت بتحب غزة؟ يعني بدكش تطلعي؟ طيب بدي أسافرك على قطر.
ولا تطل.
على الأردن.
لا.
على مصر.
لا.
على تركيا.
لا.
على أي دولة؟
أنا تطل في الطلعة.
بدك تضلك هنا في غزة؟ يعني مش طالعة؟
بس طالعة من المرة.
مش طالعة نهائيا؟ بالمرة؟ طيب قولي لهم إحنا مش طالعين.
إحنا بس طالعين.
صامدين ها.
صامدين هنا.
يا روحي.
Anas's brave work landed him many awards around the world, but it also landed him a place on this unfortunate list. This is the IDF's list that was published last year of 6 Al Jazeera journalists who they said were Hamas terrorists. They were journalists in disguise. This was, in effect, a kill list. So the Israelis put it out, the IDF, and said, Anas is a Hamas commander who's pretending to be a journalist, and he's leading battalions, and he's organizing attacks against the IDF. I talked to Anas after he was put on this kill list, and he said, listen, I've reconciled with the fact that my days are numbered. I should have been killed a long time ago. So I'm just making most out of my life every single day. I know any moment my time will be up. These are the allegations from the IDF that he was organizing a battalion in Jabalia. And on the 10th of August last year, I received the dreaded phone call, which I was waiting for, from Gaza, from other colleagues, about the attack. And this was the scene on the 10th of August in Gaza. You might think that Anas would have been killed in some ditch, holding a weapon, inside a Hamas tunnel maybe, wearing military uniform, or with a gun in his hand. The fact of the matter was Anas was killed inside this tent, along with other colleagues, wearing his flak jacket, clearly marked press, with their camera equipment, outside one of Gaza's hospitals. Anas became a part of this historic number. Over 270 Palestinian journalists have been killed over the past 2 years, many of them in direct assassinations, according to Reporters Without Borders. Nowhere in any conflict have we seen this many journalists being killed by a warring party. Anas leaves behind a beautiful family, little Sham, his son Salah, and his wife. One of his last reports, Anas, who was always held his composure, never lost control. He broke down at the scene of starving Palestinians outside a hospital. And he held his face while he was crying, while he was doing his live report. And he lost his words, and he's covering his face. And at that moment, a voice behind the camera tells him, Anas, continue, Anas, you are our voice. Anas is gone, along with a lot of our colleagues in the Gaza Strip.
And I feel like it's our responsibility as journalists to keep Anas's legacy alive and to give the victims of war the voice they deserve and to show the world their faces. Thank you so much.
Journalism is first of all about honesty, even when honesty is uncomfortable. So I will be honest with you. I come here first of all to get warm, to sit under a lamp and to take a hot shower. We, people from Ukraine, have almost forgotten that these things still exist. I'm truly happy to be here, really. I stayed in a hotel close to a tram track. The sound reminded me of Shahed drones flying over my head. Only in the basement I realized, now I'm in Norway. If we speak seriously, I keep thinking about what journalism means today, especially journalism in Ukraine. We live in the capital of our country where more than 500,000 people, it's nearly about 10% of Norway's population, have had no heating for more than 10 days already. Outside, it's minus 10 and more degrees Celsius. There is no electricity for many hours every day, no hot water. But there are Russian drones and missiles almost every day and night. Yesterday, they attacked passenger train. 5 people were killed. Today morning, my colleague, frontline correspondent, saved 4-year-old kid after Russian attack. Unfortunately, her parents were killed. Russia is trying to freeze us to death. This is their new tactic. But honestly, this is not even breaking news for us anymore. In global media, journalists discuss what Trump said today, what Trump said yesterday. Everyone is tired of the war. Let's write about which tie Putin is wearing yesterday. We, Ukrainian journalists, are also tired of the war, but war is our daily life. What other choice do we have? We hear talks about peace agreements, and sometimes I ask myself, let's imagine this peace happens. The front line freezes. What happens to the people on the other side of that line, in the occupied territories? In 2014, when the war just started, I decided to go to the front. I was not a war correspondent, and I had no idea what war really was. I made several reports from the Ukrainian control site and then thought, according to the journalist standards, I must go to the other side. After a few hours in occupied Luhansk, I was captured by pro-Russian separatists together with my cameraman. They accused me of spying and told me they would cut off my head. This story has a happy ending. I still have my head. And a few years later, I married that cameraman, and now we have 2 children. But not all the stories end this way. My colleague Victoria Roshina in 2022 went to occupied territories to show how ordinary people live under Russian control. She was captured, tortured, and after 10 days in captivity released. But Victoria was braver than me. She went again to the darkest places where no one sees what happens to people. She was captured again. Last year, Russian turned her body without some organs. She was only 27 years old. Today, 27 Ukrainian journalists remain in Russian captivity. Most of them were detained in the territories where they lived. When Russians came to occupied territories, they come to newsrooms and give journalists 2 choices: work for them or the basement. We know very little about what has happened to our colleague in Russian prisons. The same awful torture happened with thousands of Ukrainians, prisoners of war, and civilians in Russian captivity for years today. My first question is, if peace is possible without freedom? In 2021, I decided to pause my journalist career to spend time with my newborn son. But when the full-scale invasion started, I returned as a frontline correspondent. For 3 years, I lived between my family and the front line. Every time I closed the door and left, I asked myself, what if I don't come back? Why I am doing this? Maybe because alongside the most terrible things, I witnessed the most incredible ones. I once saw a police officer risk his life to rescue a wounded boy whose house was already in the middle of a firefight. Doctors later said the boy would have died within hours without help. Once in Kharkiv, during artillery shelling, the city's larger market was on fire. Firefighters arrived. I was standing in the smoke looking for my photographer colleagues, and the second strike began. Russians often do that. A very young firefighter stood in front of me and covered me with his body. I remember thinking, why is he doing this? Why is he risking a life? For me, I don't know. But witnessing such moments, this is what my profession is about, to witness and to tell others. Not only about crimes, but also about these everyday miracles. Well, we in our small team of investigative journalists try to cover war crimes on occupation territories, but some of us from already occupation territories and their close relatives are still there. We covered crimes against prisoners of war in Russian captivity, and in the same time, a father of our cameraman are in captivity from 2022. I covered problems in our army, and in the same time, my husband now also serves in this army. The question is if journalists can be objective covering war in their own country. Now I am a mother of 2 children. My daughter is 11 months old, and this is the first time I have left her to be here with you. Now I send others to the front line to report. And honestly, this is much harder than going there by myself. In October, 3 journalists were killed by FPV drone attacks. They were in different locations, more than 20 kilometers from the front line. They were not killed by accident. They were targeted directly. After that, my frontline reporter Anya called me and said she wanted to buy a rifle to shoot at drones hunting her. We asked the foundation that provides life insurance for our journalists, and they told us using weapons is forbidden for journalists. So now the question we face is very simple and very cruel. Do we choose to stay alive or to die according to the rules with compensation for our families? And finally, about money. Of course, our European partners worry about how their money is spent. You have heard about corruption scandals, including in the energy sector. Yes, corruption exists. It exists even during the war, but there is the good news. Ukraine still has freedom of speech. We still have independent media, and we investigate corruption inside our own country, in government, in the army, in security service. We do this during the war. Why? Because we don't have time to fix these problems after the war. We must fix them now. The other good news, biggest recent corruption cases were uncovered not by journalists, but the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, an institution the civil society fought for, protested for, even during the war. And this is my message. Please continue to support Ukraine. We have no other choice but to keep fighting. Support not only the state, but support also civil society. They protect your money. Support independent media, especially local and regional journalists. Speak about those who are suffering in Russian captivity. You can turn some of them back, but not through the silence, sorry. What other choices do we all have? To wait until the war comes to some NATO member country, which would cost much more and not only in money. In the end, I want to add that in these cold and dark times, you can very clearly see warm and kind people. Thank you.
In 2019, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee awarded the new Prime Minister of Ethiopia he won the Nobel Peace Prize for the peace deal he signed with Eritrea. But then 1 year after he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. A war broke out in northern Ethiopia's Tigray region. And the Prime Minister blocked all communications to this war zone. He barred all journalists from accessing this war zone. And he was saying to the international community that a law enforcement operation was taking place. He was denying any kind of civilian casualty, any kind of atrocities. And it was during this time that I started to receive horrendous cases of sexual violence, massacres, grave human rights violations that amount to crimes against humanity, probably genocide. And the first case was about a 27-year-old mother who was gang raped by 15 Eritrean troops, soldiers, held in a military camp for 2 weeks, together with other hundreds of women and girls. And this wasn't happening only to this woman. There were hundreds of thousands of women and girls held in a military camp, tortured, and sexually enslaved. So I started to investigate this case, and I was doing an investigation for the LA Times at that time. It was a very politically sensitive issue. The Eritrean troops are the ones who committed the most horrendous war crimes during this war. And all this has been denied by the Ethiopian government. And with a greater risk to my life, I started investigating this case. And during the process, I was attacked, my house was raided, and I was forced to flee my home country. The story was eventually published in LA Times, and I continued my investigations from exile, of course, by smuggling out evidences of horrific cases of massacres, weaponized sexual violence. And I published many stories in major international media outlets, The Guardian, Al Jazeera, BBC, among others. The reports I and my colleagues did contributed to the ending of the war. A peace deal was signed between the warring parties, and the war ended, but there's no justice, total impunity. As I said, hundreds of thousands of women and girls were gang raped during this war, and they didn't get any kind of redress, no mental health support. And at this point, when I look back, that the risks that I took, the sacrifice that I made to expose these crimes, to shed light on these crimes, sometimes I feel like it was pointless, because the international community has ignored. There is total impunity, no justice, no accountability. A UN commission was established, commission of inquiry was established to investigate these crimes, but then it prematurely ended without even doing any meaningful investigation. Its mandate expired, and at this point there is an ongoing war in Ethiopia. No international body to scrutinize the Ethiopian government's actions, no international independent body to investigate what's happening in Ethiopia. So that's shortly my story. Thank you.
We're going to ask the other participants to join us on stage for a panel discussion. And the panel discussion will be led by my colleague, Ragnhild Eikenes. Ragnhild is an Africanist and a senior advisor in Norad, where she works on supporting independent journalism. She's a former TV reporter for NRK, Norwegian Public Broadcasting Corporation, covering, amongst other issues, the ongoing war, the almost permanently ongoing war in eastern DR Congo. Ragnhild and Yama and Nastya, welcome.
First, thank you all for your powerful messages. Your role in wars, in conflicts, and in general is to tell the stories of others, and sometimes, as we have heard and seen, put your own lives at risk in doing so. In this session, I therefore want to focus on the working conditions and the situations for journalists in war and conflict. Am I right in my perception that from being a symbol of neutrality and protection, the sign press on your flak jackets and helmets have become a target? Yeah, you can go first.
Yeah, because it was my, in my speech. Yeah, I think that covering the war in Ukraine, especially when we want to go to the front line, near the front line, is the most dangerous job ever now, and it become more and more dangerous. And we call now this kill zone, and kill zone has become more and more bigger. And for example, I mentioned about these three journalists who were killed. One of them was a French photographer, freelancer photographer. One Ukrainian photographer who was with him, he lost his leg, and they were 28 kilometers from the front line. It was not like, you know, entrenched with soldiers. It's like second line where civilians just built this second line far, far away from front line. But FPV drones, if someone doesn't know about this, it's where operator sees very well who he or she target. It's not like, you know, accidentally happened. And of course, operator saw that it's a journalist because near were soldiers, near were other civilians, but only these two journalists were targeted, and one of them were killed. And I think that wear now helmet and vest jacket with press, it's put yourself as a target and be targeted. And this is a question what we should do now with this new reality, you know, because of course we have all these beautiful rules, we have international rules, human rights rules, everything, very many good words on paper, but reality, unfortunately, for us Ukrainians, for example, for foreign journalists also, is not like this, unfortunately.
And you briefly touched upon this, Nastya, in your introduction, that you have even started to discuss to arm. This is radical.
I think everything which has happened with us is radical, is too radical for normal people and normal living. We just try to survive somehow in this reality, and every day in my own everyday life I should think in the morning how to, I don't know, prepare food today for my children, you know, and this is not the simple task anymore because of all the things which we have, thankfully, to our neighbors, Russians. And that's why, yeah, we're thinking about this also, but the international community also should think about all this, all the things, because we have this new reality and we should somehow I don't know, write new rules or something, because, okay, you can say, as I put this image on the screen, that I am a journalist, don't shoot, I make the report, stop fighting or something like this, but it's not working anymore for a person who is staying near the front line, 40 kilometers, even from the front line, where people live, actually. Because in Ukraine, for example, we have city Kherson, which still 60,000 people are living, and they are targeted every day. By drones, you know, and it's not working anymore. Rules are not working, unfortunately.
Can I add something to it? I totally agree with her, with Anastasia's first point, that we're way more vulnerable with the press vests. I've been covering conflicts on and off for 20 years in Afghanistan, in Libya, Syria. I live in Lebanon. We had a war there last fall. So I know a bit about covering conflicts. Usually, when I put my vest on and I help my cameraman put his vest on, you felt safe in a conflict because there is a rule, journalists are not supposed to be targeted. That's why we have the vest. That's why we put press signs on the car. That's why we have press signs on the roof of the car. So drones and everybody can see this car is full of press. So you felt protected. In my case, all of this changed on October 7th because the rules were rewritten on that day. I talked about the IDF. The IDF is open about this, that whoever they see as a potential target, a threat, will be taken out. So the fact that you're wearing a vest is no longer a protection. In some cases, it's a liability. So when the war came to Beirut last fall, and the IDF was bombing parts of Beirut, and they were bombing the border areas between Lebanon and Israel, and I went to those border areas, and we heard the Israeli drones above us. For the first time in my career, I took off the press signs from my car. And I didn't wear my vest because I felt safer without the vest. I felt like I was gonna attract attacks by having press signs on my roof. Because for all I know, they don't know who we are. They might think we're journalists affiliated with a Hezbollah channel, and they might attack us. And who is there to ask questions afterwards? So that's quite telling, that you decide to remove the vest, remove the signs, and that way you feel safer.
Yeah, very telling indeed. I just want to revisit a little bit the arming question. Aren't yourself, or wouldn't you make yourself a legitimate target by arming? I want to hear the rest of you comment on that.
We have a very clear policy in NRK. We do not arm ourselves. I don't want to be judgmental. Anastasia lives in a conflict. Her country is at war. I don't know if I was Ukrainian living in this horrific war, what I would think, At the end of the day, it's about survival. So on a human level, I can understand the concerns she has, to feel safer, she has to arm. But in peaceful Norway, we have very strict rules about this. We do not arm, and we stay away from armed actors. So, yeah.
But I guess it's alarming that you're even considering it. It should be to all of us, I guess. Lucy Casa, you have experienced harassment in different forms, and it doesn't really necessarily have to be physical. It can also come in other forms. Can you tell us a little bit of what you experienced?
Yeah, as a journalist, I experienced, actually, in addition to attacks, so many challenges. One of the challenges I would like to mention in this conference is that there is a double standard. As a journalist who's been extensively covering the conflict to major international media outlets, there is a double standard when you report about conflicts that happen in Global South, in Africa, for example. They're very underreported, and the media outlets, they prioritize their geopolitical interest, So it's easier to publish a story about Ukraine or, in other. But when you try to tell stories that happen, which are actually, in terms of scale, in terms of gravity, very horrific ones, they happen in Ethiopia and Sudan, but they rarely make it a headline. You don't see this news in the front pages. So there is a lot of double standard. So it's very challenging to publish a story, an investigation that I have been publishing in those media outlets. And I actually want to thank some of them, I want to thank Al Jazeera particularly and The Guardian for their interest, but most of them are not that interested, even if the story is worthy of telling. That was one of the challenges. Of course, the attack is another challenge, the physical, That's right also, but also I would like to highlight the online hate campaigns. They are also very, I mean, they are not easy. They seem easy, but their effect is equal to the physical one. So they leave this, you know, I know so many colleagues who self-censor themselves just to avoid this kinds of online hate campaigns. So that was one of the challenges, in addition to of course, to the physical.
Yeah, and you also, I mean, you were targeted in Ethiopia, both physically and digitally, and then when you went to Nairobi, and then finally also after you fled to Europe.
I continued my investigation in Nairobi, and then there was an investigation I published about this Eritreans and Ethiopians using white phosphorus chemical, which is prohibited to use against civilians. And then that provoked another fresh attack. And then I had to flee so it's very challenging, I would say. That it's very important to support journalists, especially in the challenge is like it's not just one challenge. You have to professionally, also the nature of the work needs a lot of verification. It's very demanding. Yeah, it's surrounded with a lot of challenges.
You touched a little bit upon it, and I want to address this with you, Yama. You said there are double standards in the international media, and Yama, you have called for solidarity, more solidarity with the local journalists and the journalists in the global south. Can you say something more about that?
Sure, I've been very vocal about this. I introduced Anas to you guys. He's one of 270 plus journalists who have been killed only in the Gaza Strip over the past 2 years. And just that as an example, there has been very little outcry from Western press organizations. Now, more than 2 years on, there have been, petitions by leading organizations, but it took too long. I don't think this would have been the case had so many journalists been killed in any other conflict. This is like a historic number. And I use the example of Charlie Hebdo, 2015, when Charlie Hebdo, the French satire magazine, was attacked by ISIS terrorists and 7 colleagues were massacred in their offices in Paris. We saw global outcry. We saw Western leaders marching to Paris, holding hands in the streets of Paris, saying never again. This is an attack on our basic right of expressing ourselves. We will not accept this. World leaders, Western leaders, media organizations, journalists. I was an anchor in a private commercial TV station here in Norway at that point. And we didn't ask our editors to put out supporting statements for our colleagues who were killed at Charlie Hebdo's offices. Most of us, not all, but a lot of us, we posted black pictures on Facebook in solidarity. We marched in the streets in solidarity with our colleagues. We haven't seen those kind of actions after 270 journalists are killed in the Gaza Strip. So there's an obvious double standard there, which we need to talk about as journalists. Today it's happening in Gaza. Mark my words, authoritarian countries are taking notes. October 7th, what happened on that day, what's been happening in Gaza over the past 2 years, authoritarian leaders are taking notes. The rules have been rewritten, if there are any rules left. So today it happened in Gaza, next time it's gonna be in another country. If we stay quiet today, we're gonna face the consequences.
And I want to follow up with you, Yama. Why do you think that journalists have increasingly become targets in modern warfare?
There are many reasons. I mean, I feel like when I heard Lucy talk here and Anastasia, they are at the front lines. I feel like as a Western journalist, I'm in an extremely comfortable position. I parachute into conflicts. I spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I get a plane ticket out of that conflict, I get the airtime, I get some stories out, and then I leave and I go back to my peaceful life. They live in the conflict, they face the consequences. I don't have to fear having the security forces knocking on my door, or intelligence agencies, harassing me, or fearing that somebody in an alley is going to attack me like you were physically attacked because of your reporting, I'm in an extremely privileged position as a Western journalist. And I believe that with that privilege comes immense responsibility to speak out about what's happening to you guys in these frontline countries, because I have that stage. We should talk about these things, The fact that Western journalists are quiet is quite disappointing in my view, because we're safe here. No, we don't have to face any consequences. At most, some trolls will attack us like they do from time to time, hate campaigns online, they will write nasty things about you. Yeah, that's kind of the worst thing you experience in a Western country.
Yeah, I would just like to add something to what he said. Actually, Western journalists have also better protection if they go to report about this conflict. So in Ethiopia, or they are more protected because they are into the local ones. So they can also go there and.
I can confirm this because when I've been in the field, we often work with local staff. I have local fixers. I maybe have a local cameraman. I've been in life and death situations with local forces who don't want us to be in a place documenting what we're doing. In Afghanistan, I experienced this after the Taliban takeover, and we were arrested. And they put us in a container because they didn't want us to film in that area where the US had bombed an al-Qaeda leader. So they put us in a container, and they told me, because I took out my passport, I said, we're part of a Norwegian team. I was the only one with a Norwegian passport, my local staff, of course, Afghans. So they threw my passport on the floor, and they told me, you stay out of this, we're dealing with them. And they started beating my local staff in front of me. They knew beating me would have consequences at some point. They cannot kill me. So that Norwegian passport gave me safety. But my poor local cameraman was beaten with sticks in front of my eyes.
But I wanted to add, if you will taken by Russians, you will not have such a problem with Norwegian passport, because they don't care if you are Norwegian or US citizen or anyone else except maybe Russians, that you can come.
That's why I stay away from Ukraine. That's why I don't go there.
But please come. You can see absolutely wonderful people, which Ukrainians are. But I'm smiling because in Ukraine you can. The intelligence service can knock on your door. 500 shaheds and missiles can fly over your head, and you can wake up without electricity, heating, and water, and it can be in the same day, everything of this, And this is I think that we should be trainer in all the countries, how to survive. But I think that Norwegian, you have, I heard, hitte cabins, maybe, and black humor, as we are, and maybe you will survive if something bad happens. I don't know. Maybe Norway people, yes, but not anyone else.
They have heating and water in the hitta, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's very comfortable, the hitta.
I'm watching one YouTube channel about hittas, and I saw that not in every hit that you have water.
Yeah, you have some hardcore Norwegians, but most of them, no.
Okay.
They have comfortable lives.
Time is the clock is really running too fast. No. But I want to ask you, and whoever can chip in here, what are the journalistic losses of not being able to report firsthand, as the consequence has been, for example, for you, Yama, in Gaza, and may increasingly be the case if it's too dangerous to be a journalist?
Well, it's always a challenge when you're covering a war from far away, you're not close to the stories. Obviously, that affects your reporting because you're far away from the people who are suffering in that war. So you have to find creative ways, like we did in Gaza. All of the Western media, world media, is using local journalists, like people like Anas. We hire them, they go do the job for us. But every single time I send my local cameraman, Sami, out on the Gaza Strip to report for us, it's my responsibility because he's living under those attacks, you know? So I'm nervous every single time I send out my local Palestinian teams to report for us. God forbid, what am I gonna do if something happens to Sami while he's working for us, you know? So there are many challenges. You were far away from the stories. The verification process is very difficult, you know? I have to double, triple check, because by God, if I'm caught publishing one fake story, all the credibility I've built up through 20 years of reporting, you know, that dent, very few people can survive those kind of things. So the verification process is difficult, getting stories out, and you're putting your local teams at risk.
We have to wrap up, but I'm going to ask each and every one of you one question in the end, because as we close, I want to come back to something fundamental. There are good reasons why clampdown on the free press is on page 1 in the manual for aspiring and experienced autocrats, as we know. And I think it's fair to say that this should make your safety and working conditions a concern for all. Very briefly from each of you, I'll start with you, Lucy. What kind of support, moral, political or financial, could really make a difference for journalists in war and conflict today?
I would say, yeah, of course, the financial support is important, but also it's also important to work on mental health. Because, as I mentioned earlier, because of this multifaceted challenges that they face, the verification process, like the work's demand, the demanding nature of the work, and the constant harassments. Every time you publish a story, there's harassment from supporters of one or the other side of the warring parties. And all this, it has an effect on the journalist, and you can do it for some years. As I have been doing, I have been extensively covering the conflict and using so many ways technology helped in this, like satellite imagery, geolocation to verify. I've been talking to so many witnesses. This is important, of course. The documentation also is very important step to bringing accountability, and it has the attention of the UN and all of the reaction is because of the work that we journalists do. But then due to this burden of the work, you feel exhausted at some point. And then you can't continue, you can't do it for many years. So. And
understandably, so mental health support is important. Yeah. Yama, very briefly.
As a representative of Western media who can report from the comfort of our homes and the safety we are enjoying from this privileged position, I can only say that we should do more to raise the voices of people like Lucy and Anastasia and colleagues in Gaza, elsewhere, who are working under these crazy conditions. I do not know how many of us would have been able to survive in those conditions. You know, I don't know what these people are made of, you know? Honestly, so the least we can do, the ones who have these platforms, who have this safety, who have this privilege, is to raise their voices, raise their concerns, and give them a face, give them a voice.
Thank you. We need 10 charge stations for working at home if we don't have electricity at the office. But if seriously, please continue to write about Ukraine, not only about like what Trump said, what Putin said, what Zelensky said, but about ordinary Ukrainian people. It's very important. Please come to Ukraine. Still, there are places where you can write your materials. Not everywhere is so dangerous. And also, we have so many war crimes. I think that my life of my colleagues will be spent on this, but it's not enough. Please continue also this work, because it's about justice at the first time. And also small media, very small media, local media in the regions, they need support because of USAID cut finance. And now support from European Union sometimes going so long that, for example, in Ukraine, 300 media, small media were closed waiting for this support, you know, but local communities where there's no heating or where it's too dangerous because of shelling, they need their own media also. That please do this and don't forget about us.
Local media, we know that local media is extremely important for democracy, as is journalism in general. Thank you so very much.
So we now enter our fourth session for today on the human response to war. We heard in earlier sessions about the failure for the international system to mobilize peacekeeping operations and how effective peacekeeping operations have proven to be. We also are seeing today increasingly cuts to international humanitarian assistance. It's not just USAID, it's across the board. The large humanitarian donors are shifting out of humanitarian assistance, often because they need to spend more on defense. On top of that, we've seen over many years how local responses in the conflict zones are targeted and criminalized. And here I'm thinking about everything from white helmets in Syria to the emergency response rooms, who we heard from earlier today. Our next speakers are frontline humanitarians who persevere. Salma Al-Tawil, Victoria Vasuta, and Haitham Al-Noor. And we're going to have a panel discussion with all three after we see their presentations. Haitham Al-Noor is a representative for external communications of the Emergency Response Rooms of Sudan and the Localization Coordination Council, the LCC. Haitham is a long-standing human rights advocate and was one of the earliest members of the Girifna nonviolence movement. As lead liaison for the emergency response rooms, he's played a vital role in coordination, external communications, and global advocacy during the ongoing crisis in Sudan. Victoria Vasuta currently serves as the Quality Management Officer for Norwegian People's Aid, where she's responsible for inspecting and quality assuring landmine clearance and explosives clearance. Since joining NPA in 2023, Victoria has held a number of positions in NPA's field operations. Before the full-scale invasion, she worked as a translator for the OSCE. And first off, we're going to hear from Salma Al-Tawil on the line from northern Gaza. Salma is the office manager in northern Gaza for the Norwegian Refugee Council, NRC. Salma graduated with a degree in accounting, but started her career as a humanitarian volunteer over 20 years ago and then became an employee, humanitarian worker for Save the Children. Since then, she's worked in Gaza across multiple conflicts, providing essential support to Palestinian families in Gaza, and her own family has been affected directly by the conflicts, including the loss of close family members and her home. So first up, the word is to Salma from Gaza.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly grateful to speak to you today, and I wish I could physically present to deliver this message in person. I know many of you follow Gaza closely, and I know that you see the news every day. And I also know that 5 minutes are not enough to tell this story, but I will try to bring you as close as possible to our reality. This conference is titled Peace Out, and from Gaza, I will show you what remains when peace is no longer present in daily life. So let me start by telling you how a normal day looks like from Gaza, not only as a humanitarian, but also as a Gazan woman and a mother. In Gaza, war is not abstract. It's number and it's not headlines. It's our daily life. It's mothers walking up in flooded tents after winter rain, trying to keep their children warm while there is no electricity, and its children sleeping on wet ground. It's women standing in long lines for bread and drinking water, while their children stand beside them instead of standing in school lines. Entire neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble, with no heavy machinery to clear them, and no electricity to bring life back. This is not a temporary emergency. This is how people are living. Across Gaza, local NGOs and international NGOs are doing everything they can do to meet people's most basic needs: food, clean water, shelter, healthcare, education, and protection. We are working every day to prevent hunger, to keep families warm, to support children, and to protect the most vulnerable, even when access is limited and supplies are unpredictable. However, our ability to respond is increasingly constrained. The recent registration and vetting requirements and the short deadlines given to the humanitarian organizations are adding another layer of pressure on an already fragile system. When organizations are not certain whether they will still be allowed to operate, it becomes harder to plan, and it's become harder to bring in supplies and keep services running for the people who depend on us. As a humanitarian and as a Gazan, I'm not responding to a crisis. I'm responding from within it. My colleagues and I are displaced. We have lost loved ones, and we faced hunger no human should ever face. Our families are affected, and our children are sick. And yet every morning we continue working because stopping is not an option. Our response in Gaza is not top-down because we work with communities, not for them. Local volunteers, women's group, community leaders, and youth help us identifying the most urgent needs for the people, who needs food, who needs shelter, and who has nothing left. And when borders are closed and systems collapse, local knowledge becomes the strongest asset. This locally led approach is not only more dignified, it's faster, safer, and more effective. But it requires trust, flexibility, and funding that allows us to adapt in real time. And when my workday ends, I don't go home to comfort or rest. I go back to the same life as every woman in Gaza. I light firewood to cook, I wash clothes by hand, and I prepare my children for another long night under the sounds of drones and bombing. This is the reality behind every humanitarian report. My message today to the decision makers in Oslo is simple and urgent. First thing, we need protection. No words can fully describe the constant feeling of insecurity or the pain of being a mother who cannot protect her children. So many times during this crisis, I wish I could hide my children inside me again, just to keep them safe. And on the humanitarian sides, many aid workers have been killed while carrying out their duties. Protection is not only about civilians, it's also about those risking their lives to save others. And the second message is fund flexibility, not just projects. Rigid funding doesn't survive in active war zones. People's needs change overnight, and funding must be able to change with them. And finally, prevention is not abstract. When protection systems fail, when civilians are dehumanized, and when accountability disappears, the cost is measured in lives. From Gaza, I can tell you this clearly. Humanitarian response can save lives, But without political courage and prevention, we are always responding too late. Humanitarian action can save lives, but only political solutions can stop them from being lost again. We do this work because we believe people deserve dignity even in war. But dignity cannot survive on courage alone. It needs action from those with power. Thank you so much for listening.
Добрий день. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victoria Vasiuta, and it is a great pleasure to be here today in Oslo. Thank you for welcoming me, and thank you for welcoming Ukraine. I'm sincerely thankful to the people of Norway for your constant and wholehearted support of Ukraine. Thank you for not giving up on us. I'm deeply grateful to Norad for helping us address the mine threat on our land. I was born and raised in Mykolaiv, that is the south of Ukraine. We were raising our kids in Mykolaiv with my husband. We were never expecting that anything so devastating would happen. But then, 24th of February happened, and this terrible war crashed into our lives. My family was torn apart, and I had to completely change what I was doing before. I found myself in mine action, learning absolutely new skills, gaining completely new knowledge that I would never imagined. Also, I would never have imagined that my little 7-year-old son would unmistakably tell the difference between anti-personnel and anti-vehicle mine. He would now know some of the names of the mines, and that is awful. That's it. I promise that over the next few minutes, I will not ask you to listen to the heartbreaking story of misery, despair. No, it's just because I'm here not about that. I'm here not to appeal for your emotions. I'm not here to ask for your sympathy or pity. Because, you know, like, whenever you say somewhere abroad that you're from Ukraine, you hear this, oh. So, kind of, that's not what we need. I'm here actually to inspire you. I want that you could see in me a collective image of Ukrainians, each and every Ukrainian, all of us who are working, fighting, and striving to survive every single day for the last, just think of it, for the last 1,434 days. Our resilience and our will to live in the independent country, Ukraine, is just remarkable. Every time it feels like, that's it, I can't take it anymore. And then just strength returns, and you pick yourself up, you pull yourself together and go back to work with even greater determination. All of us in Ukraine became the first responders to this brutal, unfair war that Russia caused. But the lack of experience, the absence of skills, did not stop us from doing what we had to do. Speaking for myself, I do not carry any vague hopes for fairy tale ending of the war, or for some kind of fair peace agreements that will be beneficial for us. I don't carry any vague hopes for a bright future coming anytime soon. I don't often have an optimistic view of reality, especially as that reality in Ukraine becomes increasingly frightening and dark and cold in the direct sense. But what I do have is a strong belief that we Ukrainians will endure, we will survive. And one day, even if, given the scale of land contamination we have, the day comes when I am already old, my children or my grandchildren will be able to walk freely across our land. We'll go to the Black Sea, we'll go to forests in Oleshki, wherever they want, without any fear to step on mines. And the vision of this peaceful future actually keeps me and hundreds of others in the mining motivated, ready to continue clearing our land from mines and explosive ordnance, meter by meter. You have to understand that clearing the land is extremely physically demanding process. It's a time-consuming process, but it is incredibly rewarding when you see the field that you've been working on is plowed now and is planted with crops again. The reward for our work far outweighs the cost when you witness that land you've cleared become back to life. And also, the last thing I would like to voice from this stage, it's an opinion that probably is not very popular, but I'd like to hear that and think about it. I'd like to say that unfortunately, conducting the mining in Ukraine during the active war can sometimes feel like we are treating the symptoms of a disease that actually is Russia. Releasing the areas from mines and explosive ordnance today does not guarantee that tomorrow the same lands would stay safe for us. Because tomorrow, massive strike will create even more hazardous areas. So it sometimes feels that we are taking cough pills while cancer is eating our lungs. So I ask you to help finish this outrageous war and help us to stop Russia. Glory to Ukraine. Героям слава!
Before I begin, I would like to ask you to join me in standing for a moment of silence, honoring our fallen ERR heroes that lost their lives during the war, paying the ultimate price. Thank you. When we speak about war, we often speak about numbers. Millions displaced, thousands killed, famine levels, and families displaced. But war is not just a number. War is the mother walking for hours looking for medicine for her child. War is a father deciding that day which one of his children will eat. War is a volunteers that carrying wounded while he or she might not know they would return home that day. For more than 1,000 days, Sudan has endured a brutal war, layered on decades of instability. Entire neighborhoods have been erased, hospitals have been destroyed, and families scattered across the region. And yet, even in the face of this devastation, something unique happened. That something is this human response to war. When an institution collapsed in Sudan and the global aid were slow to arrive, regular Sudanese citizens stepped forward, especially young people. The same youth allies here that led the 2018 revolution when the world asked us to peacefully protest. We did. The young people did, led the revolution. They were demanding freedom, peace, and justice. They become the first responder during the war. The same people, the same young people. They organized themselves into community-led networks, the AKA ERRs. They evacuated families from active war zone. They distributed food in neighborhoods. They restored waters in the same neighborhoods. They documented human rights violation. They created lifeline where none existed. In many areas of Sudan today, ERRs are the only lifeline left. And this is what human response looks like. Neighbors saving neighbors, youth choosing service over safety, communities refusing to let each other disappear. But courage is not a funding strategy. ERR operates under extreme pressure with very limited resources, unpredictable. These volunteers, they work without salaries, often without protective equipment, and sometimes without enough food for themselves. If we truly believe supporting human response to war, then our system must adapt to realities of the war. And that translates into three things. I'll go quick. Flexible funding. Because local responder must be able to decide what communities need that day. Fuel, medicine, or evacuation. They have to decide. They have to make sure they understand the community. They are from there. So they have to do that. Flexibility means responding in hours, not weeks. Second, adaptable funding. That can shift as the need shifts from hunger, relief to medical, support for women and children, to WASH, to shelter, and civilian protection. What is dynamic? So the response should be dynamic. Third, the direct funding for volunteers. In many regions, ERR are the last line of civilian protection. They need safety equipment, evacuation, support, and training. Protecting ERRs means protection of civilian. For our international partners, the question is not how much to fund, it's how to fund. Support must authenticate, not override. Community-led structure. It must reduce bureaucracy. It must recognize that community-led groups are peripheral actors, they're not peripheral actors, they're central. Because when you invest in local responder, you are not just delivering aid. You are preserving dignity, you are sustaining social fabrics, you are keeping hope alive. On behalf of ERRs today, and across Sudan, I extend my gratitude to the people of Norway, to NRC, to RAF2 Foundation, for their solidarity. And because solidarity is not abstract, it saved life. To people inside Sudan, in Al-Fashir, in Khartoum, in Medani, in Kassala, and across the country and in neighboring regions, we see you, we hear you, you are not forgotten. Sudan is not a failed state. It's a nation undergoing a major catastrophe, but the dream of freedom, peace, and justice that began in 2018 is still alive. I will end with something, is that when you invest in these local communities, there's two things. You're delivering aids right now, but you are investing in the future. These youth will be the leader of tomorrow. These youth can be the agent of change. This youth can make sure that Sudan does not go back, it moves forward. On behalf of Emergency Response Room, I thank you, and I ask you, stand with Sudanese people, but in action. Thank you.
Please join us. Thank you, Haitham. Thank you, Haitham. We're going to be joined on stage by Victoria, Haitham, and by video link from Gaza. Salma will also join us. To moderate the panel discussion, we have Lindis Hørum, General Secretary of MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, Norway. Lindis has more than 15 years of experience in humanitarian work, holding key roles such as emergency coordinator and head of mission for MSF, 20 assignments across a range of complex emergencies and conflict zones, including Central African Republic, Haiti, Nigeria, and DRC. And she's been an important spokesperson for MSF on places like Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan. Lindis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be on stage with the two of you and joined on the screen by Salma. I think you are the most important voices in this conference, and your testimony just showed that to all of us. In my 20 years as a humanitarian aid worker, I've often been labeled as a first responder myself, as I've been part of the emergency team of MSF and been on a plane 24 hours after a sudden crisis. But I refuse that label because I am not the first responder anywhere. It's not like when a community is facing a sudden change due to war, in this case, that the community sit down with their arms crossed, waiting for MSF or any other NGO or the UN to come and rescue you. The community anywhere starts helping themselves first. And then we come as an additional resource, hopefully contributing. So you are the two first responders. And when I arrive, I hopefully can add something, but then I can leave. I'm privileged that I can leave and go back to a safe Norway. And whether I like it or not, I'm part of a white saviorism narrative. I'm acutely aware of that looking like I do, coming from where I do, I most of all need to listen to you. And this is what we're going to do now. And I am obviously not a professional moderator, so I will try to facilitate this discussion among fellow humanitarians. In your presentations, you gave a very good insight into the reality from where you live. They are different, because they are vastly different, but you are all faced with war. I want to zoom in a little bit further, and I know you don't want to talk about yourselves that much, but that's what I'm going to challenge you to do. I want to start with you, Salma. If you could try to bring us as close as possible, could you describe one day how it is in Gaza for you, living there now? Please.
Yes. Thank you. It's very hard to describe one day in Gaza because it will be full of unexpected situation or unexpected news. But I will describe or tell you a small story. When we started the response in Gaza, in the northern part of Gaza, and this part of Gaza were totally destroyed. And we started to provide aid to the people that are planning or want to go back to their lands or their homes, even if they are destroyed. We were moving in an RC vehicle, and the people were stopping us on the streets, not to ask who we were, but to ask for one thing. They were asking us to provide drinking water to their neighborhoods, because if we are able to provide water to those neighborhoods, we will bring life back. In that moment, I felt that people saw us as a lifeline, and the responsibility was overwhelming. I knew at that time that I had to continue this role, whatever the cost is. And on a personal level, I'm going to tell you about one story that I will never miss in the whole of my life. During one incursion, my family and we were trapped for 14 days in a narrow corridor with no water, no food, and the airstrike and bombing and all the types of guns were shooting heavily in our neighborhood. At that time, I kept asking myself, can this big world protect us? Why my children, and what we did to deserve this? At that time, I remember that we were looking to the sky and waiting for a miracle, just a few drops of water to survive. And after 14 days, when the civil defense evacuated us from this area, they told me that today you were born again. Everyone around you was pulled out dead. You were the only ones who survived in this area. And even today, I'm talking to you and I can hardly believe that my family and I survived while so many around us didn't. And that experience defines for me what it truly means to be a first responder, not as a title, but as a lived reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Victoria, your life changed dramatically as you described it in your presentation. Is there one day or one moment that you would like to share that brings us even closer to your reality?
What brings... Okay, for you to understand the reality, I will just briefly describe you how is a morning of a mother of two little dragons is going on. So early in the morning, you are woken up hearing this shaheds, drone shaheds flying, and air defense are trying to hit them. And you basically are woken up in some kind of American blockbuster. So kids are getting ready for school no matter what. And you are just like constantly checking the map of air raid alerts. And then also you need to follow up on the power outages for kids not to get stuck in the elevator or just like, and the shaheds are flying above our houses and you actually hear the explosions. But then somehow, I don't know, like it just happens like that we don't give up. And as soon as the map becomes from red to a normal color, you just, okay, kids, let's go on. Get your stuff and go to school, and I'm running for work. And sometimes you would arrive to your working place and it's like, and you're already so exhausted and feels like, would there be anything even worse when, like, what else needs to happen that will give me a choice just to fall apart? But seems like we're not falling apart and not planning to. But what bothers me is a long-term perspective on long-term consequences at us, because like we just hold ourselves, but until we actually feel that we have to do that. So that's it. Our days are very, very full with action.
Thank you for sharing. And you, of course, both of you have shown the strength that you find in the most difficult of circumstances, that the resilience of a human being. Your situation, Haitam, is slightly different because you're following it from a distance, but of course with acute presence anyway, being Sudanese. How has this affected you personally in these 1,000 days?
We share some similarities with my colleague here, but me personally, like waking up 7 hours behind and then checking my phone, hoping that that morning I didn't lose any one of my colleague or family member, and going through the WhatsApp messages and find like 100 of messages, and then just hopefully no one died that day. And right after that is just trying to figure how can I support my colleague? How can I make the best out of that day to make sure that they have everything that they need to save lives? So just as simple as it is just that how many lives we can save that day, or they can save that day, and I can be in any way support. And adding to that is just that, what platform that we can use that day to make sure that our voice is heard.
Thank you. Sure. Your situation is also quite different in terms of your interactions with the humanitarian world, the humanitarian circus, as I sometimes call it. Like to you, Salma, being born and grown up in Gaza your whole life, you have been around NGOs and UN agencies your whole life. I'm curious to know what is your relationship with the humanitarian world? What is your thoughts about engaging with them and your experience with these organizations coming from outside Gaza, being not Palestinians?
Thank you. Yes, as you mentioned, I have been working with international NGOs since 2007. I started as a volunteer with Save the Children, and then after 15 years, I joined NRC. International NGOs play a vital and effective role in the humanitarian field, and their role is really respectful. And unfortunately, today, their work is in Gaza specifically is increasingly constrained by Israeli restrictions and operational limitations. So no matter how strong international organizations are, they always need a bridge to community and local staff and local partners. This is why I strongly believe that donors and organizations should invest far more in building and developing and truly valuing the local staff and partners, because they are the first responders and they are the ones who will continue serving their communities long after others leave. And they are also suffering from the crisis as per their communities. So they should have more focus on those local humanitarian workers, more protection for humanitarian workers. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. For you, Victoria, this is very different. You had never before the war had any thoughts or relationship with the NGO and the humanitarian world.
Nope, you're right. Norwegian People's Aid is the first NGO I'm a part of, and that's a completely different approach to what we're used to in Ukraine. But I would say I'm lucky to be there, because it's just like feeling of, first of all, feeling of respect. So national staff is respected. Our foreign colleagues, when they're coming, they are like, with all their behavior and all their actions, show that they appreciate working with us, because like it's just like Ukrainians are hardworking, smart, and it's easy to find decisions. We're always trying to chip in discussions, like, you know, and it's not like we feel that we're somehow different or minor in this world. And me personally, I'm very glad to be, I'm very proud of being a part of Mayan Action in Ukraine, because my older kid is proud of me. He's so proud of me that he told everyone in his class and his teacher that, oh, my mom is going abroad for a conference. Can you imagine? And I'm like, And he's, just think about it, he's 13, he's a teenager, so I'm a hero.
I'm pleased to hear that you have this positive experience with the NGOs. I know that that's not the case for all first responders who are local when they meet with NGOs. What would you like to say about that, Haitam? And I know we have some strong messages to give to the audience in that respect.
Well, I think it's just NGOs need to take a look into what ERR, the young people, were able to do in Sudan. And it's a modality that can be implemented, God forbid, if any crisis happen anywhere in the world. The modality of ERR can be the blueprint of community-led first responder. They have the knowledge of their community. They know the ins and outs. They know what works for this community. They are the community, so they are the response. So I think it's just very important that to make them part of the solution, listen to them, and stop. I don't know if I can say that. I just try to be as politically correct, but okay. Coming from the U.S., so I have to go there, so I have to go back. So. Yeah, so that's being said, it's ERR, the young men and women showed that they kept the country running for 3 years when no one has access to people on the ground. They delivered time and time again. So stop using the term accountability. that does not mean we don't want accountability, but when we hear it, is it like, and I said this multiple times, are you trying to count the beans or save lives? Because there is no, you have to manage the risk. And time again, we're saving lives. When was it that you heard something that make you think about the accountability as a big problem versus youth day in and day out doing what the international community is supposed to do? So trust them, make them part of the solution, stay aside and let them take the lead and support them by resourcing them, by empowering them. So that's what I want to say. I hope I didn't went too far.
Okay. At all. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what I predicted would happen happened. We don't have enough time for this very interesting conversation. I hope you will seek them out afterwards to continue this discussion. I would like to give the word to you also, Salma. I'm very sorry you cannot be here on stage. I hope you will be able to do so later another time. I would like to ask you, what is and briefly, your relationship to hope? Because watching from here, it's hard to find. What is your relationship to hope?
First of all, thank you for your kind message, and I wish I could join you in person. But this is Gaza. We cannot travel at all. So as Palestinians, and as you mentioned, we grow up with hardship. And also, although this war has been the most devastating beyond anything we imagined, we never expected that this will happen to us in this intensity. But we do not lose hope. We love life whenever we can. And I'm going to tell you a very short story, how hope is still surviving as we are surviving in Gaza. From the window of my office, I see a small camp below. A few days ago, I watched a young mother that was teaching her 5-year-old son mathematics. And despite the collapse of the education system and his young age, she insisted to teach him and developing his skills and preparing him for a future she refuses to give up on. And at the same time, she was cleaning insects from his hair amid collapsing health conditions and diseases. In this moment, I felt deeply inspired, and it reminded me that even in the darkest conditions, hope survives through the smallest, most human acts. And that's why I truly believe no matter how severe the crisis, we cannot afford to lose hope.
Thank you. That is a perfect ending. Hope is not a pink balloon. Hope is fight. Hope is what we do. Hope is action. Thank you for everything you do every day to and for your community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're in the final stretch. The last session for today, Give Peace a Chance. Throughout today, we've heard two kinds of stories about war. We've heard about life in the war zone, and we've heard about war as the reversal, the antithesis of social and economic progress. Both those stories pose very real fundamental questions for development institutions, real dilemmas for international development assistance. And in this session, we're going to try to weave these two stories together. To do this, first up, we have Nina Greger. She's going to speak to us about development assistance in a violent world. Nina is director at the Peace Research Institute Oslo, PRIO. Prior to her current position, she was head of department and professor of international relations at the University of Copenhagen. She's previously worked as a researcher at PRIO, as well as at the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs, NUPI. And her research focuses on regional and global security, including the international order. Please welcome Nina Greger. Nina, before I disappear, I want to set you up with a bit of a question, which is that development assistance is traditionally understood to be, in relation to conflict, to address the causes, the inequality, poor governance, poverty. Does this assumption still hold? Can we still see development assistance as doing that in the kind of geopolitical context we're in today? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that, and also for that introduction. Yes, I think we can still do that. I think, however, that we have to look at certain conditions where such assistance really makes sense and is significant. I also think that one of the problems when it comes to the geopolitical context is that a lot of the money now is spent on war, on armament, instead of on other more important things, I would say. So that is also about how money is spent and also the attention we give to war. Now, sincere thanks to Norad for inviting me to address this Norad's conference. And also, I would like to say that Norad is a very important partner for the Peace Research Institute, PRIO. And I also hope that this little introduction will be of interest and also use to those of you in the audience. Now, like he also asked me about the geopolitical context, we really live at a moment in which the world is in upheaval. The war in Ukraine is soon in its 4th year. Sudan is suffering from the worst humanitarian crisis we know of today. And in Iran, the anti-regime protesters are killed in numbers that range from the official 3,000 and up to 30,000, according to independent sources. So geopolitics and power politics, not international institutions, increasingly set the rules of the game. Global violence is intensifying, democratic resilience is weakening, and the space for peace is narrowing. Now, PRIO's work in the field of conflict data analysis confirms this troubling story. The number of armed conflicts continues to rise, international conflicts have increased, and several regions are facing overlapping crises. The world is witnessing these levels of war and violence not seen since the mid-20th century. And also pointed out by some of the speakers today, we saw more than 60 state-based conflicts in 2024, the highest since 1946. And unfortunately, the preliminary data for 25 actually shows the same trend. Now, these developments place extraordinary pressure on humanitarian systems, on sustainable development, and on the global commitment to work to prevent conflict. At the same time, development assistance is under strain and has overall declined. International aid from official donors fell by 7.1% in 2024 compared to the year before. President Trump's dismantling of US aid has had a particularly severe consequences for emergency aid, and reductions have been especially severe in the poorest and most fragile countries. Now, development assistance remains one of the most powerful levers of the international community. And we have to also think about how these can address the structural drivers of violence. A new PRIO report, funded and commissioned by Norad, confirms, however, that development assistance often flows to the most visible and high-intensity conflicts. This is, of course, understandable. A highly violent conflict, like the one in Ukraine, command political attention and a sense of moral urgency. And we have a moral obligation to help a state and people who have been attacked, like we saw in 2022, and the war is ongoing. A free Ukraine is, of course, also an investment in Europe's future security, in peace. However, this pattern creates a risk that needs special attention. Many countries subject to long-term, low-intensity violence receive relatively little support, even though large shares of the populations are affected by the conflict. These are often called conflict traps, where weak governance, persistent insecurity, and deteriorating livelihoods form a self-reinforcing cycle. Countries experiencing these conflict traps, such as Mali, Burkina Faso, DRC, and Myanmar, are often overlooked by the international community. Yet they are countries where development assistance can play a significant role in preventing conflict. Because development, conflict, and peace are, of course, closely interlinked. Offering people with alternatives to engaging in organized crime or violence for a living is also an investment in regional, local, and international security. Now, the research I'm referring to is conducted by PRIO researchers Siri Rustad, Julia Palik, Øystein Rolandsen, and Katrine Rudolfsen, and they demonstrate that assistance can actually reduce violence under certain conditions, which I also mentioned. These are including institutions, respect for the rule of law, and protection of civil liberties. But here, assistance tend to strengthen welfare and foster trust between citizens and authorities. And the explanation for this is rather simple. Livelihood improvements and access to services create incentives for peaceful relations. This is also sort of part of the social contract where that exists, where governments provide good living conditions in exchange for political support. These institutions that create this stability could also be seen at the local level. Take South Sudan, for instance, characterized by a fragmented political order, weak state capacity, and multiple layers of conflict. Here, the governance context has hindered international-driven state-building efforts, but instead, local institutions with a high degree of legitimacy, such as customary courts and community-based peace committees, have proved effective in preventing and reducing violence. PRIO's research also shows, however, that where institutions are weak or exclusionary and corruption thrives, development assistance can exacerbate or increase the likelihood of violent conflict. In these settings, development resources rather fuel competition between elites or armed groups, reinforce corrupt practices, deepen local rivalries instead of generating trust. In Mozambique, another case studied by PRIO researchers, the state is relatively capable, but governance has often been exclusionary. Although military interventions by regional partners help stabilize parts of the country, lack of governance reforms and inclusive development has prevented a broader transformation of society. So we see a cyclical pattern of displacement and insecurity. So in other words, the same development intervention can have opposite effects depending on the governance context. Because development assistance is not neutral. It intervenes in societies, it interacts with political incentives and local institutions. And its effects can be both negative and positive. This does not mean, of course, that development assistance should always prioritize states with capable governance structures, but we should invest more in measures that strengthen the rule of law, protect civil rights, and support inclusive processes, while also, of course, addressing acute humanitarian needs. So there are 3 recommendations from this PRIO report I'm referring to: that you need local agency and locally legitimate solutions to be effective, not simply import international or rely on international blueprints or institutional models. You have to look at the social dynamics, the political dynamics on the ground. Another recommendation is that national level reforms do not automatically translate into improved conditions in the areas where violence occurs. Citizens need to experience tangible improvements in their everyday life. So strengthening provincial administrations can significantly enhance resilience, reduce tensions, and the risk of violence. This is actually everyday peace building in practice. To conclude, we need to recognize both the contributions and limitations of development assistance. Such assistance will never eliminate, of course, conflict on its own. But it can play a decisive role in reducing the risk of violence when delivered strategically, sensitively, and in partnership with those who bear the everyday consequences of war and conflict. So to achieve this, donors must be willing to invest in long-term incremental change, even when results are not immediately visible. Because successful conflict prevention is often silent, because when it works, nothing happens. Success is therefore not measured in headlines, but in the absence of violence. Peace is built over decades. The question is not whether development assistance matters for conflict prevention and security, but how we can ensure that such assistance is provided where it can make a significant difference. In a world where peace is under increasing pressure, we must use resources wisely. We must recommit ourselves to the long-term, everyday, sometimes invisible work of preventing violence and war. Here, I think peace research has a vital role to play. Now, hope and commitment have been talked about today. They are both very important. But, as stressed by Alaa Salah this morning and by Agnes Kalamar of Amnesty International, when she spoke at PRIO's annual peace address earlier this month, we need courage to protect peace and to speak up against violence. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nina. Up next, we have Christian Harpviken. Christian is director of the Norwegian Nobel Institute and secretary to the Norwegian Nobel Committee. He's a former director of PRIO, and he remains a research professor there. His research has focused on peace and conflict, including peace processes, civil wars, migration, regional security, transnationalism, you name it. Harpviken has held a number of research positions both in Norway and abroad. Christian, welcome. Allow me to do the same as I did for Nina, which is to set you up with a bit of a question to start off. We often hear about development assistance that is there intended to support those who are making a difference. Are there lessons from the Nobel laureates that can help us understand what that looks like in practice?
I certainly think there are, and I hope to be able to convince you with my brief presentation. But since you ask, I think the lesson is that we should look for individuals and organizations with integrity. I think that's an absolutely necessary precondition. And then, if we find those that combine strategic foresight, long-term perspective, with an ability to innovate, to think anew, and to adapt to new circumstances, then I think we hit the nail on its head. But let me try to convince you about exactly that. And thank you, by the way, for the invitation, and thank you for the kind introduction by Mark. Very, very nice to be here. I'm sure you have heard some of this before, but I'll start out with just reflecting on a few of these success factors that we know have brought us to a world that, after all, particularly for the past 30 years, has been a fairly peaceful world, a world characterized by progress. And I won't take you to a long list, but I do want to point out that information and empathy has been a main success factor. Some of you may be familiar with the work of the Canadian social psychologist Steven Pinker. This is the basic thesis in his book, The Better Angels of Our Nature, inspired, by the way, by many of my colleagues at the Peace Research Institute Oslo. We are better informed and we are much better able to understand what it does mean to be a victim of peace, conflict, or for that matter, underdevelopment in places very far from where we live. A second factor is knowledge and rationality, knowledge-based decisions, knowledge-based political decision-making, to be precise. And that has certainly brought immense progress. International interaction. And by that, you may come to think about multilateral interaction, and that certainly is a major part of it. But international regulations, international law, and by extension even such a thing as international trade, although the Marxists of the 1960s thought that that was an impediment to peace and progress. We now know that they were wrong there. And of course, development in itself, economic development, political development, institutional development. None of this comes as a surprise. I'm sure it resonates very closely with many of the things you heard earlier today, but I do still think it is worth reiterating. And I do think it's worth reiterating because it's so easy to think that all of these things are now under attack. And indeed they are. It's so easy to think that all of these things are now being undermined, being challenged, being dismantled. And I'm going to hold it up that while that is true, that doesn't mean that we should throw it all away, because those insights matter and may actually matter more now than ever. Now, this is what I'm working on. You know, this is the work instruction for the Norwegian Nobel Committee, where I am the secretary. Alfred Nobel's will was written in 1895, so it is quite a while ago. I do think we can say today that he had incredible foresight, and he certainly was both strategic and innovative, and it is a real privilege to be in this position where I am able to sit in the room with Norwegian Nobel Committee throughout its deliberations. I am tasked to inform their decision-making with reviews from the best academics and experts that there are internationally, and I have the privilege of meeting many of these absolutely amazing people who have been Nobel Peace Prize laureates. And I thought to change tack a little bit, I take some inspiration from a handful of them, and I have selected 3 that I want to display on the screen here this afternoon. And the first one is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She was the first female elected president in Africa when she was elected in 2005. She was 1 out of 3 Nobel Peace Prize laureates in 2011, the prize popularly called the Women, Peace and Security Prize, which she shared with Lima Bowie, also of Liberia, and Tawakkol Karman. And Sirleaf was actually here in Oslo in the context of last year's Nobel Peace Prize ceremonies. So I met her only about a month and a half ago, and she gave the keynote at the Nobel Peace Prize Forum that we hosted the day after the Nobel ceremony. And I'm not going to read out what the text on the screen here, but I think you'd immediately see that this resonates very warmly, very closely with what it is that you've been talking about today. And I would encourage you actually to go back and look at Sirleaf's keynote at the Nobel Peace Prize Forum. It's an extremely powerful speech. She does speak at length about reconciliation, about democracy, but she also reflects on the importance of democracy. And as you can see in the latter part of the quote here, where she says, "Peace requires jobs for young people so they see opportunity beyond the conflict behind them. Peace requires justice. Peace requires restoring trust." You can see how this resonates very closely with what you have been discussing today, a remarkable woman. A second example is the World Food Programme. And to many people's surprise, food security has actually been coming up now and again throughout the history of Nobel Peace Prize. The first prize in 1959 to Lloyd Boyd Orr, the founder and first general director of FAO, was in many ways a food security prize. The prize to Norman Borlaug, the scientist in 1970, one of the few researchers to have won the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts. Again, a food security prize. And 50 years later, in 2020, the World Food Programme was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Very much for, of course, its humanitarian efforts, but also for its engagement in renewing the debate about food security and how food security and peace is intimately linked. David Beasley, the head of the World Food Programme at the time, had been at the lead in this renewal of the sort of foundational justification of the mandate of the World Food Programme, and was somebody who had spent much of his life engaging in peacemaking himself. And then, of course, Maria Corina Machado, last year's Nobel laureate. And I'm here not going to focus on the whole breadth of her efforts, but I think this particular excerpt from the lecture that was delivered by her daughter in the town hall here in Oslo on the 10th of December captures something very, very interesting. Because what happened during the elections in Venezuela in the summer of 2024 was quite remarkable. They trained something in the range of 600,000 activists from civil society to monitor the elections, to monitor the polling stations, and they managed to document the results from more than 80% of the polling stations. They managed to convince the security personnel who were tasked with preventing such monitoring from taking place to actually turn their back. And with that, they also managed to convince the world community that these elections were won by the opposition and not by President Maduro, who claimed to have won. So I think a remarkable instance of innovation, but innovation that was built on decades of engagement in exactly electoral monitoring and electoral integrity on the part not only of Maria Corina Machado, but many of her close associates. So those are my sources of inspiration, and I hope to speak to some of the topics that you are, each and every one of you, engaged in. They are sources of inspiration because they display courage of a kind that many of us perhaps feel that we don't have. But we do all have some courage, and we should put it to good use. They display integrity. They are persons and organizations of amazing integrity. They are committed to knowledge. And I think that knowledge is also key to their ability to innovate. Whether you look at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, you look at the World Food Programme in the period up to 2020 when it was awarded a prize, or you look at Maria Corina Machado, you would see that they haven't only been fumbling around for ideas, they have read and studied and discussed and thought hard to be able to come up with informed ideas. And finally, of course, a topic that I mentioned already on my first slide, cooperation. Wonders are not made by individuals alone. These individuals are always part of larger contexts, larger alliances, larger organizations. And I think that is something that we should all take inspiration from. And as I said early on, I think we are at risk of throwing the baby out with the bathwater if we believe that all the factors that have contributed to make the world so much better over the past many, many decades. I think the trick is not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to think hard and creatively about how these success factors apply in a world which is rapidly changing before our eyes towards a more multilateral orders, towards competing normative paradigms. Yet, I do think that these very principles, these very factors are going to be with us, and we need to be innovative and mobilize them, leverage them for the best of mankind. Thank you for your attention.
There are few in Norway's political class with the depth and breadth of experience in foreign affairs as Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide. He has served as a member of parliament from 2017 until late last year. He's a foreign policy researcher in his own right and has served on a range of international advisory boards. He served previously as the Minister of Environment and Defense, and for several periods as State Secretary in both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministries of Defense. Most importantly, of course, for us here today, he is Foreign Minister of Norway. Please welcome Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide.
Dear everybody, it's great to be here at the Norad Conference. The previous speaker, Mr. Christian Berg-Harpviken, is from the Nobel Committee. I'm from the government. He is independent of the government. I just wanted to make that clear. If there anybody who wondered or knows somebody who wondered, just help us to spread that message. And we think that's a good arrangement. There are people who would very much like not to have the prize, and there are people who would like to have the prize, so that independence is helpful. Friends, sorry. Yeah. The conclusion of what I'm going to say is positive. It is, yes, peace has a chance. So I'll just start there before you get depressed, because the answer is yes, indeed. But the other message is up to us and up to all the other people who want peace to have a chance. And that things that we used to take for granted cannot be taken for granted any longer. And that means more than anything else that if somebody becomes less responsible, others have to be more responsible. And we all have to question our ways and our solutions. And we also have to distinguish between the lingering and consistent messaging of what is important, what we want to achieve, and distinguish that from the way we try to achieve it. And this is actually a rather key message in these times of rupture and change. We are at a time where some people describe as the rupture has already happened. I was in Davos last week, which was a rather interesting gathering, as you probably have followed. And I will have to say that the most interesting and most important speech was that of a North American, not the United States president, but the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Carney. And I have said in several events after that I agree 98% with his speech. And then that takes you to what are the 2% I might not disagree with. And it's not disagreement, it's a footnote or a question mark, whether rupture has already happened or whether it's a threat of rupture, and whether the world as we knew it can still be saved through innovation and reform. And I believe in the latter. That's actually also where Carney ended. So the difference is not that big, but it's really a speech worth reading or listening, even better listening to, that was given last week. 2025, the year we just left behind, was a very dramatic year, as it was a year of massive change. I think a lot of people in 2025 were missing 2024. I think, to be honest, I think we might in 2026 we might miss 2025 because many things are moving in directions that we don't like. But it's also important to see that a lot of people recognize that, stand up for some key principles. So let's discuss what are the principles that are still necessary. And I think it is particularly useful now, 81 years on, 8 decades on from 1945, to remember that in the immediate days, weeks, and months and years after the end of the Second World War, people came together and formed the United Nations. But not only that, they formed a whole plethora of international organizations, regional and global, including inventing development aid and the institutions for development aid, which many of you work in, which also came from this sort of post-Second World War era. And it was all based on sort of one common idea, which was not only to avoid another world war, because the people who were my age or even younger than I am, way younger than I am now, would in their adult life have experienced the run-up to the First World War, the early promise of the 1920s, then the economic collapse and the economic crisis, the rise of fascism, Nazism, the road to the Second World War, Holocaust, and the nuclear bomb. So these people were not naive. They did not think that the world was rosy. They knew that the world was absolutely horrible and that evil can come from all places. And for exactly that reason, they agreed on 3 core principles, which are all enshrined in the UN Charter, but also which underpins almost everything else that happened in the preceding years. And that is basically that thou shalt not invade other countries. The core principle of international law, that you respect the territorial sovereignty and borders and decision-making integrity of each state. which has to be combined, of course, with the principle of there shall be human rights in all states. And thirdly, that we shall cooperate solving common challenges together, economic and otherwise, eventually as time moves on, bring that into climate, nature, health and so on, because we are much better off cooperating. Those three principles, they were good and they are good. There's no need to change them. The world is still better off if we respect each other's sovereign rights, if we respect human rights, and if we cooperate. And this world had many names. One of them, the liberal world order, Pax Americana, because of the strong impetus of Americans. We would not have the UN without President Roosevelt. We would not have the Human Rights Charter without the Americans, and those of us who are in NATO would not have had NATO without Truman, and NATO had a strong connection to the UN Charter. It's a lot of reflection. Many of the same people wrote the two charters. They are connected, and so are many of the other things that came out of that. Your business development aid or assisting economic development, closely connected, of course, to decolonization. The fact that we went from 51 states to 193, where most of the new states that came after 45 were former colonies, and the idea that we have a shared responsibility to help development, all of that comes from the same era. And I think one of the things that have shocked and surprised many people in the extended humanitarian and developmental world is how dominant the United States was. I think many people did not necessarily know, maybe the professionals knew, but not everybody around that maybe 30 or above 30%, and in some cases almost half of what was given to key agencies of development came from American sources. The case of the World Food Program is, between 40 and 50. And they only learned that when the USAID was effectively dismantled, and which is just one part of this rupture that we have seen coming over time, but particularly over this last year. So the question is there a world order to save? Should we have a completely new one? Do we need a transition? And my view on that is that, as I said, when key principles are challenged, we need to stand up for them, but we need to stand up for them, consistently, with credibility, with robustness, with being, principled, and we need to stand up for them together. And what I'm seeing now, and this is also a takeaway from conversations over the last weeks, but particularly the events in Davos last week, is that people came out of that meeting with a stronger sense that the rest of us have to work together to build a stronger agreement of what we want to do. And so what does that mean in practice? That's good. What does that mean in practice? Of course, it means that we need to reflect on the need to support the principles of international law wherever they're challenged. I take some pride in the fact that my government, the Norwegian government, has been, I would say, among those who've been most consistent on that. It's interesting now that everybody in Europe talks about key principles of international law when the Kingdom of Denmark is challenged, which we happily take part in. And then we can also say that we did the same against the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Israeli atrocities against the people of Gaza in the Gaza war and the treatment of Palestinians, and in the case of Sudan. Because that consistency gives you more authority to speak about it when it comes close to you. And it was always our argument that we don't care about these things just because we care about people in faraway lands. We care about it because we ourselves live and thrive and grow economically because we have a world order that actually works, and then we need others to support us. At the same time, it is massively important that those of us who are most in favor of international law, the United Nations, international organization, international rules, that we also have an ability to stand up for what I call some tough love. I have worked in the UN, I work closely with the UN. I will be the first one to say, as a fan of the idea, that we could do way better with the same money and even with less money if we get better at concentrating, focusing on what we agree is most important. I'm sure that we would be able to do without 1/3 of the funds, programs, and agencies that begins with the UN. Not to give up the mandates, but to have a stronger and more united delivery. Less headquarters in two of the most expensive capitals in the world, Geneva and New York. More people on the ground. Less back office, more delivery. And we take a very serious discussion, particularly in the development community, about what has to be delivered by whom. You know, I think the UNDP, for instance, could take some advice from the humanitarian community, where OCHA, I think you all know this, the only place I can go and use these acronyms, but the United Nations Development Programme and the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there's something to learn, because in the humanitarian world, OCHA is not pretending to be the deliverer of all services. It pretends to try to make sure that there are some common norms and standards. That's a rather important job. And it's not necessarily a job that you can do as well if you're also a key deliverer, a key implementer. Maybe much more flexibility in who sets the standards, norms, and principles, and who does the delivery out there. So that's sort of one thing to reflect upon. I see my time is getting not only close, but it's over. But also to understand what was said by Hartviken, the importance of economic growth, of trade, interaction. And so we now take a strong position together with a group of not necessarily only like-minded countries, but middle powers and small countries from north, south, east, west who care about the UN, to try to be a good partner with the Secretary General in the UN 80 reform. In a couple of weeks, a couple of months ago, to the Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization. One of the themes in institutional reform, that's about flexibility, it's about plurilateral agreements, but it's also about the issue of development in trade, which is now coming up also there. And there are a lot of ideas in the UN, in the WTO, and other organizations that we could have dealt with many years ago, but we didn't, because the inertia and the self-protection of the system was too strong. But there is also some truth to the Chinese proverb that in every crisis there's an opportunity. And I think with this crisis being so deep, there's also an opportunity to take some real agency in making these institutions, organizations, and norms better. So the key message here, I'll end where I started, is that peace has a chance, development has a chance, a better life on the planet has a chance, but it requires much more willingness to separate between the standing principles that there is no reason to change and the institutions through which we try to change them. They do need an 80-year overhaul. 80 years is a respectable age, and I think to use these opportunities the best we can do to make sure that this is not rupture, but a time for improvement and getting to a better place. And thankfully, most people on the planet, in my view, most countries, most governments, think that's a good idea. They may not be the biggest one, but we are more, and that's why I think we should conclude that there is hope. Peace has a chance. Thank you.
Okay, Norad.
Yes, Mark.
It's been a thought-provoking day, possibly even an inspiring day in parts. What are your main takeaways?
One, there are some things that we simply cannot control, while others remain in our hands. And I think my suggestion is to focus on the latter, on the things that we can do something about. And I think we've heard stories today, of course, of challenges, but also people who find solutions in the local level for concrete challenges, but also the ones who work for protecting the multilateral architecture and the norms. So very inspiring. I remain hopeful.
So not peace out?
No. It's not peace out, it's peace out. So thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you, everybody. It's not peace out, but we have a big job in front of us. Thank you Gunjurid. Thank you all the NORAD colleagues who put this together and our partners who made this possible. Thanks to all of you for being here, both in the room here in Oslo and out there through your screens. That's it for today. See you next year at the Norad Conference 2027. Thanks. Thank you.